Well, so recently in your adventure, you all successfully concluded a busy and stressful evening at Cardigan Post, clearing the mines and exposing Foreman Balan and his shady dealings involving allowing Durastian soldiers into Croatia. Thanking you profusely, Lieutenant Albert paid you for your service and encouraged you to speak with General Elise Ignoril in Ostenis. After a stay overnight at Cardigan and 2 more days of travel, you finally made it to Croatia's capital city of Ostenis. You met General Elise at the Glassguard barracks, who brought you directly to the prison palace in the Royal District for an audience with Queen Elia Durkett herself. You spoke with her at length, reporting on Cardigan, requesting defense for Force Hollow, amongst other matters. She listened intently, eager to help how she could, and she had her noon, Magnus, pay you all for your service to the nation and promised that she would reach out in the next couple of days about your request. You spent the night in the Castle and Cask Inn, and all of you encountered fairly busy nights, but the next day you all woke up well rested and began to take in the city, venturing to the barracks and working with smiths and soldiers or pursuing spell components and otherwise. And as we pick up, you guys have all just come together after morning errands around the front of Castle and Cask Inn around noon on Fredas, 29th of Hearthfire. And now Roulette has a new companion as well alongside her.
New friend.
Yeah, so you guys have kind of arrived here in front of the Castle and Cask Inn, kind of home base, if you will, in front of it in the city. What do you guys want to do?
So this is the moment where Roulette and we just literally met Alfie. So I just left the barracks. Just got my fresh armor. What did Jiri and my Toei just finish doing?
Some shopping. I had bought some rings and had gotten the ruby that we had converted into dust. And then I was back at the inn, and then Alfie walked up.
I hold up my warhammer. I could have done that for you, Toby. Just kidding.
So
It's a butt bag.
Jiri was out looking for plays, and he also probably would have grabbed his pack now that, or at some point, so that he can empty it out into roulettes. But did we just find out about your magic pack as well? Is that a new addition, just like Alfie?
If Telperion still has his warhammer, you just see that I have a satchel. You don't know that it's magical yet.
No, I put it in and then realized, I need this still, and we took it back out.
That's true, because we also did suggest that when it dropped in there, Roulette's form didn't bow at all with the force of the impact, so it just kind of magically disappeared into.
This is a new thing. This is a new thing for Roulette. You have not seen this pack before, and she is noticeably less burdened by equipment and stuff.
Unburdened R.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Forgot about that.
Oh.
Bit of unburdened J.
And Roulette will share. One of the other things kind of a spark of a invention idea from my dad. This satchel here, short version, takes whatever you're carrying and it makes it pretty weightless. So it can fit a whole bunch of stuff. If you guys have a bunch of extra stuff you want to keep in here.
Toby is just off, like, poking and pushing Alfie like they do with the Boston Dynamics dogs, and like seeing if it like can handle it. I'm just like,
Alfie's definitely gonna trip and fall a few times. But yeah, if you guys have anything you want me to carry, just let me know.
I said, Roulette, hold your bag open.
I hold the bag open.
And I take a spear and I go over and I just drop it in.
Just goes in.
It just drops in the
And
bag.
I take another spear. And I just drop it in. And we can get it back whenever we want.
Nope. It's mine now, sorry.
Is it going to come out with your name and signed on it?
It probably will.
Then I take my glaive and I'm just like, I don't need to carry these around the city.
DM question: how do we want to manage this? Like, do you want me to keep track of everything that's going in, or should everyone?
Yeah, we don't have to do it necessarily in session live as it happens, but at the end of each session or in the week between sessions, ideally, yes, we could keep it in your bag of holdings inventory.
So everyone, if you're putting stuff in, and we can do this later, if you have stuff that you'd like to put into the satchel of storing, mark it off and then just inform me later and I will add it.
I'm also just going to write like my own little, like I'm going to write satchel storing in my notes and I'm going to know what I've put into your bag.
That's totally a good idea.
That way it's not all utterly on you all the time.
Perfect.
Jerry's gonna dump his entire bag in, shake it out, and then also toss his bag in.
That's amazing. So what does Jerry have on his person when that is done? You have probably your sword at your hilt, potentially, and what else, if anything?
Sword, stone, chicken, and decanter of endless water.
Got it.
Yes.
So
Perfect.
and sewing kit. Sorry, 5 things. However, he did take one thing out of his pack before he dumped it in, and he's going to ask Roulette about it because he's going to say, Roulette, I've got a science question for you. I need your help crafting something. I was wondering if we had a moment, maybe you could help me out.
Of course. I have a couple of things on my to-do list for today, but let's say over dinner or something, you can tell me about whatever you want to craft.
It won't take long. I think you'll do it really well.
Perfect.
Just to give you a brief overview, since you're really good at pockets, I was hoping you could add air pockets to my armor so there'd be more room for puffy air in it. I need an upgrade of my armor, just like Aeridon, because he's got this new shiny armor.
I'm like adjusting the silver sash around it while you're saying that.
Interesting.
Yeah, Telfurion's new digs are nice. It's Thracian form, if you will, a little more aggressive and jagged in places, but definitely is brushed up with a more polished green and silver and blue color palette, and then a blue amber shield that had been available for purchase at the Glassguard Barracks.
Because inevitably I'll get bit by another wolf again, so it would be nice if it doesn't pop my armor right away and let all the air out.
Oh, okay. So you're looking to segment your armor a bit. I got you. Understood. Don't want to mess with the integrity of it, but segment it, pocket. Okay, yeah. That sounds
good. I've got this bag of clothing from when I was working as a trooper with the blue feathers that we can use. It's a bunch of random clothes. Maybe we could sew it in.
Oh, interesting. The armor that you're referencing, because I forget what you're wearing, is it like leathers, or is it metal, or is it like just like clothing?
It's just clothing. So like underneath, I have like a coat that has like scales on it.
Yeah.
Underneath that is my just like a tunic. It's a blouse-like tunic.
Okay.
Very puffy, kind of oversized, kind of like puffy pants as well.
My kingdom to know Jerry's AC.
Gotcha. Jerry, let's say later tonight. I can work on it before I go to bed. If you want to give me the armor later on, I can take a whack at it.
Okay, sounds perfect. We should do it before we get in a fight, though.
Let's try not to get to a fight in the next 8 hours, then.
Then we need to go to a magic shop.
There is a magic shop I know I want to go to.
I don't know about me, but I'm really excited to go see it.
Yeah. Find one Mr. Jean Lavore. I do actually need to head back to the barracks at some point, but I can do that later on. Did anyone have any other pressing immediate tasks they want to do? Otherwise, I'd suggest we head over to this magic shop.
Spending some money on magic items is about as pressing as it could get right now.
Do we know the way to ensorcelment?
Not specifically, and you haven't seen it in your travels so far, but Elia did mention in your audience that it was in the southern commercials. Close in location to the Castle and Cask. So you only need to potentially ask around a bit.
let's just wander. No,
That's fine too.
I'm gonna walk into every building I see. I will. I'm gonna go back in and barkeep. Is there a store around here called Ensorcement, run by like a little gnomish fella?
Yeah, actually, just head south out of this district and then take a left, and it should be kind of right around the edge, right where the commercials meet the residentials.
Any signage or specific building type we're looking for?
You'll know it when you see it.
Love it. That's exactly what I wanted to hear.
Thanks, Krell.
Yeah, you bet. Have a good one, guys. But I will make this visible on the token layer now. Ensorcement is where he directed you, kind of down this thoroughfare, and then as you hug a left before the residential gates, you are able to make it to Ensorcement. There's kind of a small city circle, if you will, here, where various tents and merchant stands are kind of dotting the surrounding area, where several paths kind of intersect from alleys or other small roads. But the arcane workshop with the large gold in glittering gold font is written Ensorcement over the top of this. It's just built into the side of what looks like various wood construction buildings, but it occupies like the center shop front. And there are like windows and balconies above, which suggest maybe a living quarters above the shop. But primarily on ground level is this beautiful polished wood, stained glass windows, beautiful stone and wood constructed building.
Are there any other easy to see like signs outside of other shops in this kind of circle?
In this immediate circle, it's primarily there are small shops and stuff that if you get a bit closer, you could probably see some names, but it is primarily merchant stands, people selling cabbages or vegetables or like homemade jewelry or just various goods and services. But
I press on into the store, knocking if that seems appropriate, or just walking in.
The door is slightly ajar, and so no knocking necessary, but as you push it open, a ding, 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 a little bell rings as you swing the door open. And as soon as you guys kind of enter the space, before you even have a moment to look around, you hear from the back of the store somewhere, "Yes, yes, welcome, welcome. I'll be with you in a moment. Please peruse the store at your leisure." And so as you guys kind of enter the space now and have heard some version of a welcome from some character, you can look around the space. And you seem to enter like a dark wooded storefront, which is surprisingly very tavern-like in its kind of general vibe. The stained glass windows outside really indicated wealth and kind of notoriety, and yet the construction of the interior is a little unassuming. But the simple wood walls and beams kind of get forgotten as your focus shifts to all the unique knickknacks and baubles and general ornate decor. There's fine gem-infused inks and pristine tomes laid out on shelves and bound scrolls and cases, pouches and boxes of various magical spell components, glass cases kind of toward the center of the store that line in a semi-square shape that kind of indicate both a kind of store counter but also display case area that contains staves, glasses of vials, etc.
I'll nudge Telpier and go, peruse. It just means like, look around. Like,
I take out a little scroll and I write that down.
in your common notes.
Yeah, literally.
Do we know the shopkeeper like already? Have we been introduced to this character like by name or have any information?
We think we know the name.
Yes, you have been told by Ira, the gnome fellow back in Forest Hollow, that you guys should go meet Ira Ira told you should go meet Jean Lavore at Ensorcement.
Yeah, okay. So that was supposedly Jean, we assume.
Potentially, yes.
Who has the stuff that we need to repair?
Well, it's in the bag now. I have that one. That was my side quest from Forest Hollow.
But there are about a dozen or so people throughout this small shop, kind of perusing the shelves of crystals and glancing through racks of cloaks and apparel and such. But just kind of going about their business.
I get Toby Nux when he defines peruse for me.
Perfect.
I guess the first thing I actually do want to look at, you mentioned tomes. Do I see any books on lycanthropy?
On lycanthropy, you can make an investigation check while you peruse.
I want to be looking for rings. I've got 4 right now. I'm trying to finish a hand.
Sure. Investigation is pretty high. Roulette, as you're flipping through shelves kind of off to the right inside this area, you kind of flipping through some of the tomes, all with their binding facing out. None of these books have any language or writing on them. And Toby Rama, as you're looking kind of at a different section of the store, there is a small glass case along a shelf that contains like general jewelry. At close inspection, nothing kind of seems particularly ornate about it, but just gold rings, platinum rings, various bits of jewelry, potentially that could future be enchanted or are valuable in and of themselves. But it is a noticeably less widely available spread than Quintessence, the true jewelry shop you were previously at this morning.
I'm gonna cast Detect Magic.
Go ahead and do so.
With a spell slot?
Yeah, with a spell slot. I'm not trying to take 10 minutes to do it.
You are using a spell slot to cast Detect Magic. Could I have, and Roulette, I'm going to say you're kind of perusing the shelves. Could I have Telperion and Jiri make a perception check when you do this?
I bet we'll be here for 10 minutes.
Yeah, but I feel like that's more about me standing there quietly in the corner for 10 minutes, and that's weird.
Yeah,
13.
I gotcha.
13?
Perception,
How about you,
said?
Jiri? Yep.
I did come over too because I was curious what the jewelry he was looking at.
Yeah, I'm not paying attention. I'm waiting at the counter for our or whoever owns this place.
You're even maybe leaning over the counter a little bit so you don't even catch this, but Telperion with the 13, you catch along the front counter glass cases and at the doors while Toby Rama is starting to mutter an incantation for 2 purple runes in some kind of glyph symbol kind of like start to pulse in the doorway, and then similarly on the display case. But as Toby Rama completes the spell, they fade back and disappear. Your spell does successfully cast.
They were ready to shut some shit down.
But your max HP is now 2.
Permanently. So there did seem to be some type of reactive magic taking place to a spell being cast in the area, but they dissipated and the spell was able to be cast. Your vision goes almost blindingly white as various items in the store all just start to gleam in bright light. And generally, as Detect Magic works, you generally get a sense of School of Magic as well. What type of enchantment were placed on these objects, etc. It's almost information overload. Like it probably even is borderline psychic damage. You don't need to take any, but it's just like an overwhelming amount of information that's just gone into your head of every different school of magic.
I'm going to do the Smallville Superman, just trying to focus on the one thing because I'm being overwhelmed. And I'm just going to only look at the rings or like the jewelry. Anything there giving off
none
vibes?
In the glass case in front of you, none of that is magical specifically.
And I'm gonna very
although there is a small purple rune affixed to that glass case that is functioning as some sort of security of some kind.
Then I'm gonna slow, like very methodically, just being like, everyone sees me just being like, even though there's nothing weird going on. I'm gonna start section by section going through the store.
So you can absolutely do so, and without going into specifics, which are available, you get various foci scream out to you. There's spell scrolls, potions, kind of more specialty wares in various spots, like circlets and wands and rare stones, and there is at least one ring you are able to see that is glaringly magical, and it is right next to where Jiri is kind of leaning over the glass case counter. In that space, as you kind of try and focus and peer past the illuminance of this item, it seems to be a brass band of metal that is wrapped around each side into a loop that is kind of indicates that it's to be worn on 2 fingers, this ring. It has a series of runic glyphs on it, one of which is glowing orange.
What school of magic is it pinging on?
The general sense of this magic item's enchantment is enchantment, and you also get a faint indication of that orange runic pulse on one of these glyphs on the ring, carved into the ring, is evocation.
Okay, and then I'll clock that, and then I'll start making my way towards roulette in the books.
Sure.
I'm gonna go to the combat looking section.
Sure. There are noticeably some gear sections where people are flipping through cloaks and otherwise, but there is noticeably no array of magically enchanted weapons or something. There's no how do I put this? It doesn't look. There are very few aggressive looking areas in this shop front. There's no spears or arrows or stuff that are clearly visibly available right now. But as you guys are kind of poking around and taking a look, eventually you see a balding small gnome man kind of guiding a dwarven woman out the front of the shop and just kind of engaging in small talk with her. Yes, I think you should find that works quite well for you. Just kind of guides her out the shop. And then as he turns around after escorting her out the front door, he clasps his hands, kind of rubs them together, and looks at anyone in the shop to kind of piece out who may have just walked in here, and says, "What can I help anyone with?" And you see this bald gnome man with very pale skin, short. He's adorned in a very fine green, emerald green vest over a simple white button shirt with a beautiful bright bow tie of multicolored iridescence. He has very simple spectacles, but they're fixed so close to his face, and with the thickness of these seem to magnify his eyes a little bit. And there's an odd contraption kind of affixed to his glasses lens that kind of vertically hangs down, and there's another piece of crystal or glass that kind of sits against his face.
Yo, he got that Google Glass.
Yeah.
Google Glass?
Google Glass. Google?
Really? What's a Google Glass?
Google.
I'm very distracted, so I'll drop the concentration on that. And
You're raising
Okay.
hands.
I did raise my hand to call his attention.
Yes, what can I do for you, sir?
Hello. I almost said welcome. Welcome. I do say welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I say we, the 4 of us, are some adventurers, and we are excited to see what your store has to offer. Could you give us a little lay of the land here?
Yes, of course. How did you find us? Did you simply stumble into the shop front? I certainly always hope that is the case. But also, did anyone recommend you?
Yes, we do come on recommendation, actually.
I will part from the books, taking a mental note that I want to revisit those. We're actually
audio.
We lost audio. The disappointment on Steve's face.
Very frustrating.
There we go.
All right, you're back.
I'm assuming a friend of yours, Ira Middletop, or out in Forest Hollow.
Yes, it has been some time since I've seen him. How is the old man?
He seems to be doing pretty well.
Did you know we actually grew up together here in the city, in the Western residentials? It was where we had some times back then, but he needed, I think, a slower pace than the city.
It does
very like-minded us, though.
Yeah, it does seem that most of the folks, at least ones we've interacted with out in Forest Hollow, were former Austenus folk looking for a quieter life. But your shop here, you seem well suited for a big city with a shop like this.
I love the various diverse cultures and backstories we get to hear about here in the shop. So yes, I could never leave and go to somewhere smaller. I like the hustle bustle, the energy of the city. What can I show you all? There's various things, as you can see. There's components and foci. There's tomes and cloaks, and I do have a number of rather unique items that are under a little heavier protection here in the front display cases. If you're interested,
I had clocked this cool looking brass, call it a ring, but it looks like it's worn on 2 fingers towards the front counter.
Oh yes, that's his a pride and joy of mine. I've only finished enchanting that myself about 2 weeks ago or so. And so he'll kind of go up to the display case, and he is at eye level with the merchandise in there, whereas you're standing certainly above it. And he kind of taps on the glass, and you can see a rune pulse, and then the glass is gone. And he'll pull out the ring, snap his other finger, and the glass reappears. And so then he'll hold in very careful, it's like in a velvet red box, but he'll hold it very carefully. This ring is enchanted to store magical energy within it. If you are a spellcaster, I myself am indeed, you can imbue your energy into it, and it will store it for use later. I don't mean to assume. I have just met you all. It seems some of you are fairly well adorned, and maybe men of means, and women, of course. But this fetches for a pretty penny. No one has been able to part with the gold yet. It is 6,000 gold pieces.
I'll give you 10. I don't say that. How big? This is the 2 ring thing that he's talking about?
Yes, it's like it's a 2-finger ring that slides over with a band on top that is adorned with glyphs, one of which is glowing.
Neat.
Wow, that is something else. How was the enchantment process on that? I imagine that must have taken quite a bit to.
It takes a fair amount of time and spellcasting every day on the hour. It's a fairly disciplined process, but actually I don't think people realize this. Most people that have arcane ability or magical ability of any kind really can enchant their own stuff. It just takes materials and gold and time mostly. But if you ever find yourself with the ability to cast spells, maybe you could practice on something minor. If you imbue the same sort of energy into that item every day for durations of time and material costs necessary vary with the enchantment. But I would talk to anyone about enchantment. It is a very satisfying experience. Yes, you.
I just feel like I see Roulette and Toby salivating at this magical know-how, and I just want to know what cloaks do what in the price, so I can debate and think about that while you talk to them about enchantment.
Oh, of course, sure. And he will take you over. Yep. He will take you over. He's going to snap his fingers, let the glass disappear, place the ring in there, and snapping, the glass reappears again. You notice actually there's a small glyph on the back of his hand that pulses with purple energy as he does this as well. That is very reflective of what the glyph on the glass is. And then he will take you back to an area of the store where there are various cloaks and stuff, some of which are not magical and can just be purchased for enchantment. And he will go over the fact that he will do commission work if you require it, where you can give him kind of the idea of what you may want, the function you may want from something, and he can take that upon himself to work on that for you. But it may take various days and stuff. One of the prettiest cloaks he has is let me pull it up here. It's a deep burgundy cloak that seems to ruffle occasionally, blowing from a breeze that is not in the space. And then he'll pull back the kind of one of the draperies of it, and there seems to be a very small thunderstorm crackling inside the cloak.
What's this one?
Well, this one, I admit, it is not for. You all seem like you've seen your fair share of combat. You're adorned in armor of protections and such. This is more of a utility item, in my opinion, that with a simple billow of the cloak, you can project what the forecast of the weather will be in your area for the next 24 hours. And as he's saying that, the thunder cloak kind of dissipates, and kind of a small light, a mote of light, kind of just begins to glow faintly, indicating that maybe some forecast of thunder has recently transitioned to another place, and now it is projecting soft sunlight for the day.
That's incredible.
It's a useful one for those who find its use, I suppose. I also have a various amount of rather fascinating objects that I don't. There are certainly spell books and tomes and wands and such, but for the really good stuff, I keep it under lock and key in the display cases. Would any of you care to see?
Absolutely.
He will journey back behind the kind of this display cases, and there's a series of steps that kind of are within the display case area, so that he can step up and peer over the height of the cases and can see you guys. But he will go over various items with you. And for example, this is a rather unique item, and he'll pull out a small, a long, thin case, black, and pops it open. And inside is laid on a black velvet cushion is a single arrow for like use in a short bow, but it is formed from a thin piece of like Durastian pine painted black, and it is like as if carved to look like a series of chains along its shaft. This one, should you shoot it from a bow, can actually, once it pierces your enemy or your target, it will wrap around them and restrain them. 20 gold. And then he kind of sets it down, and then goes to another thing, pops it open, similar case. This is another arrow bolt, pops it open, formed from a thin piece of creation pine, and this one is coated in copper paint. This arrow will not break. Try it. And he actually will hand it to anyone that is willing to take it.
Tell Piran?
Oh no, I won't do it. I will try first.
Try and break it. I dare you. Make a strength check.
-1.
That's what I wanted to see.
You try as you might, and it does not break. Wow. It is very sturdy. And compared to, even with your relatively smaller form than some of your more muscular companions, you know that your arrows that you shoot, you can snap those with enough pressure. And this is certainly sturdier than those.
Woo. Wow.
But then he will take out a series of wands and set them out, and circlets. And there's a wand that kind of has ridges along the side that kind of spike into points with a stained blue glass-blown figure of a flame affixed to the top. This is a wand of magic missiles. It will send arcane blasts of energy at your foes. Then he'll pull out another one. This is the wand of a war mage. It's a rod of iron that looks like it's split into two parts, but it's held together from some wisps of red and purple magical aura. And then he sets down two circlets. One is thin and golden with bands of coiled metal that kind of curve around the form of a head, with a large crystal set in the forehead, a circlet of blasting. Then he'll set out another one that looks very similar but different design, of thin silver circlet that curls in almost elvish make, with rubies affixed to it, one at each temple and one in the forehead. And that is a circlet of focus that enhances your ability to maintain concentration on.
What does the blasting one do?
It will allow you to cast the spell Scorching Ray once per day.
That circlet of focus. How much does that one run?
That one is 400 gold. I'm sorry. Like I should be representing their cost right up front. The 2 arrows are 20 gold each.
Okay.
The forecaster's cloak that he suggested to Telperion earlier is 50 gold. He has a wind fan, an ornately painted fan of enchanted silk parchment that, when strapped out, starts to kind of ruffle, and you can cast the spell Gust of Wind through. That is 100 gold. There are goggles of night for 100 gold. A fine accessory crafted to be reminiscent of the owlkin of the Emerin. Kind of a leather-strapped mask with arcane glass and gilded copper lenses that kind of tapers into a point at the corners, indicating kind of a owlish representation. And then he's got the Wand of Magic Missiles, other wands, the circlets, and then he'll set out one more, a golden brooch he'll push forward in kind of a blue velvet, like a ring case, but he'll pop it open, and it's just a simple badge pin brooch. This is what I call a brooch of shielding. It's beautifully crafted, if somewhat gaudy. I actually bought it from another vendor outside of town, but this one will imbue you with resistance to percussive force, pain, in addition to I think some other effect. I'll have to refresh my memory if you're interested in it.
What's the price of that?
600 gold.
And what?
But the two circlets are 400 each. The wands are 100 each. Goggles are 100. Wind fan is 100.
And
then the ring spells.
Refresh yourself on what the brooch does.
Yes, absolutely.
I can only roll 8s.
He will kind of mutter an incantation and gesture his fingers. And when he does so, similarly to how you've experienced before, the kind of runes throughout the shop kind of pulse with a blue, but then they dissipate and allow him to cast the spell. He holds up the brooch, and he holds up the Wand of Magic Missiles. He's like, in addition to the resistance this imbues your form with, it is immune to this damage from this spell cast through this wand.
What percussive force? What's that?
I'm playing Dungeons and Dragons right
In
now.
technical terms.
Yes, specifically resistance to force damage. It requires attunement. It is a 600 gold brooch. It's resistance, and you have immunity to the damage from the spell Magic Missile.
Very cool.
Nice.
Steve ran to the bathroom.
No worries.
Jerry
He will also gesture to a small box and he's very excited about these, and will kind of open the lid of this glass case and show you 3 different Ioun stones.
Alrighty.
And kind of go over the fact that Ioun stones are these rare deposits of mineral found throughout Aeridon that are naturally formed, already imbued with magic, and no one really knows what phenomenon causes these to carry power, other than perhaps Ioun, the knowing mistress herself. But he has one of awareness, fortitude, and protection, but there are 1,000, 2,000, and 2,000.
Oh. Jerry, is there anything you're looking for?
Yeah, Jerry was waiting at the counter, but then he's gonna come around. I guess were we behind the counter? Is that where we went?
It's essentially a rectangular counter that he walks in the midst of, and other patrons can kind of lean up against.
I have 2 questions for him. I'm gonna ask him, do you have any flying carpets by any chance?
Interesting. Let me check in the back really quick. And he will scurry off to the back into some kind of, you get a glimpse when he goes through that door. There's a small warehouse shelving pantry that's maybe 10 by 10 back there. And he comes out carrying, very difficult for him to carry the form of this 4 by 6 soft white ivory carpet with ornate purple and blues kind of patterns woven into it. He's like, I do have one. This is imbued with an enchantment to allow it to fly. I do think it might be out of most patrons' price range. This particular one is 8,000 gold.
Yeah, we're not that rich yet, but we will be someday. Can you hold that for us?
I will try, although if a patron walks in tomorrow and throws 8,000 gold on the table, it may be difficult to resist temptation, but I will keep in mind that you are interested in it. It's clearly stored in the back because not many people have found it of use to them or have been able to afford it. I should also mention that if any of you find an item that you're particularly drawn toward, we may be able to come to an understanding, or if you're willing to do me a favor, we could potentially knock the price down a bit. But just let me know if that ends up being the case for anything.
I'm glad you brought that up because I have had my eye on that circlet of focus since you brought it up.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
All I'll say is I've only got about 230 gold I'm able to part with at the moment, and I was willing to help out, maybe give some sort of assurance that I would pay the rest off, or
Okay.
What do they do?
How about the rest of you? Any interest in any specific items?
Well, really quick, Mr. Lavore, do you have like
Yes.
a loyalty rewards program? Say we're repeat customers. Maybe there's some type of punch card where we get a free magic item every once in a while, or maybe a discount.
Perhaps no program that has been established, but if you are a valued patron and show your loyalty in coin over a few purchases, I'm sure we could come to an arrangement and you could probably get a discount.
I don't know about you guys, but my favorite item was the cool fan, but it's pretty cheap. Is
Jerry,
there anything else we want?
I did think of you immediately when I saw that fan.
You can cast wind out of it? Is that what it does?
gust of wind.
Oh, yeah.
Gust of wind, yep.
Sorry, I had to go check on my compatriot outside the store where Alfie is waiting outside.
Sure.
But Telperion here mentioned something about an Ion Stone. Just looking to get some more information on it.
Yes, and just since you stepped away, he'll go over the fact that ion stones are naturally occurring or naturally forming rare deposits of mineral that are just inherently imbued with magic, and no one knows what gives them their magic. But they're found various parts throughout all of Aeridon, and kind of the tagline is no one but the knowing mistress herself, Ioun, knows how they get their power. But he's got an awareness stone for 1,000 gold, a fortitude stone for 2,000, and protection for 2,000. And those allow you to not be surprised, +2 to Constitution, and the final one is +1 to AC.
And it was 1 to 2,000.
Yes.
Beautiful.
And like, do you just hold the stone and then you're good, or do you have to put it on something?
Some use.
If you focus on it for a while, I would think you'll find, oddly, your connection will establish with it telepathically without even needing to understand its nature, and it will begin to orbit your head, actually. And the first one is, there's a purple rhomboid, a pink rhomboid, and then a dusty rose prism, these shapes of these naturally occurring stones. But they're rather pricey, I admit, but they're very useful. And in the future, if you find yourself interested enough.
I point to the fortitude one. I say, this one interests me quite a bit. It is currently a little out of my price range, but I am very interested in this one.
Fair enough. And that's it's a pink rhomboid diamond shape.
The fortitude.
Yep.
Mr. Lavore, while my friends here kind of peruse the selection, I did have something I wanted to share with you. So the main reason Ira actually sent us here was to hopefully have you take a look at this, and I will take out the broken staff, the python, not the serpent.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just lost audio. But as you kind of pull that out, his eyes go wide, even wider. His magnified lenses eyes really seem interested in whatever the form is of that thing you're pulling out.
Yeah, I mean, in everything I could tell from it, and from what Ira had said, it is meant to hold enchantment of some sort, but for some reason or other, my tinkering, I wasn't able to fix it, and Ira beyond his capabilities. So yeah, recommended we come to you.
Okay. Can I see the object for a moment?
Of course.
He will take it, and then similarly, he'll reach up and take it down, and he'll kind of mutter an incantation. His eyes flash purple for a moment, and then he just kind of examines it thoroughly up and down, and kind of nods occasionally and whispers to himself. But he will go over the fact that it looks like it was successfully connected back together, and each half still does hold magical enchantment, but it needs to be magically fused together to allow kind of the flow of arcane energy back and forth throughout the length of the shaft. He will say that it is very valuable, and he should be able to re-enchant it with its full effect for 50 gold, or if you're not willing to pay, he will buy it off you for 300 gold. So that he can enchant it to sell for a higher price.
How loud did he say this?
He will just like he's
not
not
over
like
your shoulder.
yeah. He's certainly not like looking around the shop to keep a hushed voice, but he is definitely in a conversational level of volume that it's just meant for you. But yeah, if there's people next to you, then they.
No, I meant like Dick Telperion here.
I found that staff, and I'm standing over your shoulder. I worked hard.
Yeah, totally depends how close he is, but yeah, probably.
Do I know what it's supposed to do? I forget if
Ira told us.
Ira did suggest he thought it would bring it to life and animate it in the form of a snake, but specifically, it does.
Steven knows what the Staff of the Python does.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mike, Telperion doesn't, so he'd like to hear.
Well, he will go over the fact that if I'm able to maintain that fused connection between the two halves of magic, using an action, you could speak a command word and throw the staff on the ground, animating it would grow and swell in size into a giant constrictor snake that would be under your control for the duration of time. I actually don't know if there's a duration of time specifically.
It's until it loses its hit points or until you turn it back.
Yes, and if it loses its hit points, it shatters. But if it is commanded to become a staff again, it auto replenishes all of its hit points.
I think
so. It is valuable both to you and to him. Potentially, you can sell it or have it re-enchanted, etc.
I think there's a lot of things here that are catching our attention. And 300 gold helping one person or split across the party would not be a bad thing. Did you really want to tinker with this?
I'm not sure. From a mental capacity sake, I just made one companion. I don't think I need a second one. So my vote, and don't mean to sway anyone, but my vote would be to sell it to Mr. Lavore to add to his collection.
I would gladly take it off your hands if you're willing.
Well, here's my idea. Why don't we sell it? And then instead of splitting the 300 evenly across us four, Toby has identified that he wants something that's slightly out of his price range, so we could give him a little more of that part, and then he'll just owe us in the future, and we can call it even. And that way he can get something that appeals to him, and with the rest of us will still get a little bump, maybe to get things that are interesting to us. Jerry, what do you think?
I think we should have him fix it and then sell it for more once it's fixed, right?
Oh, I don't know if that's a sure bet.
Where would we sell it?
There are more magic shops in Athena's, correct?
You may find bits of hole in the wall places. I think mine has the most legitimacy behind its name.
Well, if we do sell it to Mr. Lavore here, I feel like that would go a long way with our royalty or loyalty rewards, you know?
It'd be the first stamp, we'd call it. And it'd be going towards an additional purchase for Toby. I forget what Toby wanted.
He wants the circlet of focus for 400.
Yes.
Oh, maybe we could trade it for the circuit of focus.
They are.
How about we give you the staff, and maybe I throw down an extra 50 gold maybe for that circlet of focus?
He will think for a moment, and he goes, like, he'll consider and be like, that may be comparable. The only difference would be the time I need to spend over the next week enchanting the item.
Well,
And
do
as
me
he's
a favor,
considering,
too.
please make a persuasion check, Toby Rama.
Never mind, we won't do you a favor.
The staff and 50 gold for the circlet? I could do that. And so Toby Rama, I will need to create the item in D&D Beyond, but it is a circlet of focus. And please remove 50 gold from your inventory. And Steve, please remove the staff of the broken python.
Craig, can you remind me what was the item, the brooch? What was that called?
It's a brooch of shielding. I never know if it's brooch or it's spelled like brooch, but
It's brooch.
yeah, brooch of shielding, resistance to force damage, and immunity to magic missile.
How much is that?
Oh, never mind.
It is 600 gold.
I thought it was bludgeoning.
No,
it's force damage. But he will see you eyeing that and be like, if you are considering something a bit out of your price range, I could use a favor and we could knock that price down a bit. His voice kind of goes a little hushed here.
I think we would certainly be interested in doing a favor to.
The favor could be worth varied value to me. He'll kind of look around and lean in, kind of hushed voice, because there's some. Actually, go ahead and make an insight with his kind of body language here.
It's that small dwarven woman he's scared of.
Who's making insight? Oh, me, 18.
Yes, 18. That's really good. His body language here is kind of indicating. Do you have a? Oh, I'm sorry. 18 is good. His body language is indicating not necessarily like fear, but embarrassment. He's not worried about like law enforcement or something. He's giving this kind of like sheepish, hunched shoulder look, like he doesn't want this information to get out. But I recently was traveling from Mersenia down southward in Ostenis, and I acquired some vials there of quite unique value. And something I hope to study further. They are very small, hourglass-shaped vials, and as I was entering the city, I hadn't had a chance to enchant them with my arcane locks yet, and they must have been swiped from my cart. I suspect, for those of you, if any of you are new to the city, there is a criminal element that is, at large in the city. Some suspect they live amongst the sewers or various tunnels and caves beneath the city, but I think a local guild of thieves may have stolen or swiped a few of my vials. There's 3 specifically, and for each one that you may be able to find, I'm not necessarily suggesting go down into the sewers and start poking around. That could be dangerous. But if you for any reason feel compelled to search for these vials, at this time, without knowing more, I could see them being worth 250 a piece, and I would buy them back for that, or they could knock down the price of an existing item. I am quite sad to have misplaced those, and I suspect they were swiped. So keep your ears out.
I think our group is interested in some luck, so that's certainly something we can look into.
Mr. LaVore, two quick questions. The vials themselves, do you know what they look like? Is it just glass? What's the color of liquid inside?
A good question. And he'll kind of sidle over to another part of the display cases and pull out a large leather-bound but solid box and kind of pop it open, displaying various spell scrolls and potions. It's like a large case that is sectioned into a section for spell scrolls that have kind of arcane writing on them, and then primarily of potion bottles. And he'll just kind of pick one up. And this is seemingly a potion of healing. You guys have one in your pouch, having been given to you by a matriarch. It's kind of shimmering red liquid. And he's like, so most potions, if you're familiar, are liquid. You imbibe them, and they grant you their effect. The vials I acquired from Mercenia are meant to... They don't contain liquid, you see. They do contain fluid, though. It is a vapor contained within the case of a small hourglass vial. In my understanding is, instead of imbibing it, you snap it at its narrow glass bridge and inhale it. And it grants you the benefits of it. And then he'll kind of ponder them to himself for a moment and try and recall like a description of them, but they're all very small hourglass shaped vials. One contained a bubbling red vapor that was warm. And then there was a vial of a viscous dark green thick vapor. And then another one that was a very animated mustard yellow gas.
You're getting all that.
Yeah.
But basically red, green, and yellow.
Do you know where we would start investigating these guilds, or who would be able to give us a idea of where to start?
He'll ponder for a moment and I've never engaged in commerce with the seedy underbelly of our city, but I am sure various shops have, perhaps herbalists maybe for poisons, or this is a bit riskier. You could, if you're willing, set yourself up as bait, dangling goods at your hip for a stray thief to see. Maybe you could catch him in the act and chase him to his hidey hole.
Mr. Laporte, the vials that were stolen from you, were they stolen from your store here or on your way?
On my way in. I was just entering the city from the southern gate, back from my travels in Mercenia, and there was a bit of commotion in the residentials, and I suspect that was when they may have been swiped, because I proceeded to my shop. This was about a week ago or so, and those vials were gone.
Mr. Lavore, do you have any more of these vials that don't have anything in it? Maybe some like fake ones that we could use as bait.
You could. I don't have any that are in the unique shape of that hourglass. I've never seen anything quite like it, frankly. Although I'm sure you could make your way to a glass blower in town if you wanted to have something made. But I also do have these. So he goes immediately back to business. I do have these spell scrolls and potions if you're interested.
More questions.
And without going over specifics, he has a variety of potions and spell scrolls that are perhaps more within your price range.
Question. You mentioned a potion of healing. Does one of y'all have that potion of healing?
It is not in my inventory.
That's a good point. You guys got from the matriarchs, and I can go back through my notes to consider what exactly they gave you, but I think it was 2 potions of healing and a potion of climbing.
I remember the climbing. I do remember that.
Roulette should not be holding the potion of climbing. Are you permanently good at climbing? Or is that a temporary thing?
Just of note,
climb the building.
Have it.
just of note, having had these, even if you forgot, you have these potions, and over your travels or otherwise, you could have ascertained the function of this potion. It does not just give you a climbing speed of 30, it doubles your climbing speed, whatever that means to the person. So it could enhance the roulette's ability or enhance the rest of yours.
I feel like that's a good thing for Toby to hold on to.
Actually, yeah, that might be a good idea.
What's the guy's name? Gene?
Gene,
I have a question for you. I have 3 things I really care about. I'm curious if you have anything along those lines. First of all, I fight. I love fighting. Second of all, I am a somewhat accomplished herbalist, so I was thinking about going to the herbalists. So I actually would like to know where a good one is. If you have a recommendation, and we can also follow up on the quest that you've given us. And third of all, I forget what third was. Fighting, herbalism, and elvish make. I didn't know if you could tell, but there he is.
Yes.
I'm curious in elvish magic of any kind, so I'm curious if you have anything is of interest to someone with those kinds of interests.
He will tell you that the herbalist he has used in the past for trading goods and currency for potions, this person occasionally makes him potions, is chamomile and cloves. And that is run by a human woman, Pearl Addison.
Cool.
And then he will go over the fact that there are varied, even in this case of potions and scrolls in front of him, there are varied things written in Elvish. There are potions that could enhance your martial ability or otherwise. What was the middle thing you suggested?
Elvish,
we were talking about
alchemy, fighting.
Okay. But he definitely says he thinks the Circlet of Focus that was purchased by Toby Rama seems to be of elven make, and you would, at a glance, agree.
Yeah.
But not like specifically moon elf or otherwise. But it does carry elvish characteristics, kind of sweeping, gentle curves and the like. But just to rattle off really quick, if anyone's interested in potions, I'll give you the cheaper ones. He's got 3 potions of healing for 50, a draft of antitoxin, 2 elixirs of health, and then he's got greater healing, superior healing, and water breathing, invisibility, and mirror image, and speed.
Ooh, what's the speed one?
It is worth 300 gold, so it's not cheap, but it is a yellow liquid that kind of has a shimmer in it that twirls very fast, like a small little funnel in it. And then he has a various assortment of spell scrolls for cantrips for 25 gold, first level spells for 50 gold, and then second level is 100, third level is 500, etc. It kind of ramps up, but cantrips and first levels are 25 and 50.
I have one last question, and then maybe the spellcasters want to ask you about the scrolls. Do you enchant weapons?
I certainly can. I have before. I don't usually... as you may have seen perusing the store, I don't usually keep them assorted or hung on the wall and displayed for fear that a patron may grab one and do something he shouldn't. But I can certainly take a look at enchanting a weapon. Do you have a weapon in mind and an effect you'd like to recreate?
I want to show him my greatsword.
Okay.
And I'm just curious in general, like how you could enhance it and what the cost in general is. We're not loaded.
Of course. Let me take a moment. He will examine the greatsword as I examine the rules for enchanting, because there are very specific rules. Blah 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 blah.
I think it's expensive.
It generally is not very cheap, and it's not very fast either.
Yeah.
But it's in the DMG. I just don't have that on me right now. Here we go. It depends on what functional effect you want, but for something like enhancing its sharpness so that it can kind of become inherently magical with a magically enhanced edge, he could do something like that to give you functionally a +1 greatsword. It would take him 1 week and 200 gold.
That's it?
Yes. For that level of enchantment, it would take 200 gold, and but he would need a week of enchantment. He would need to work on it every day for a week.
Are we going to be in town for a week?
I thought it was much more expensive than that.
I did too. How long are we, and this is a group question, how long are we going to be in town? I'm very tempted by this.
I think the Queen had mentioned she would be getting back to us in a couple days, and then, we might not...
couple days is what she had said, yes.
And then we don't have to, leave town right away. So I think that's very reasonable.
Unless we get run out of town.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to think about this, and you guys can ask about scrolls if you want. or whatever you want.
Did someone else take the first potion of healing?
No, oh. I can take it if you want because I can administer it to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you guys have 2 of them.
Potions of healing?
Yeah.
Yes. Let me go back to my notes. I'll figure out where you guys officially left Force Hollow. There's the corn maze race.
Oh, this is right where I switched notebooks.
You guys, when departing Force Hollow on the morning of Morndas, the 25th of Hearthfire, just a couple days ago, you guys got from the matriarchs. They handed Gallus a satchel of 2 potions of healing and 1 potion of climbing, which I think we had mentioned given it to you guys to hold, and so you guys can put into your inventory 2 potions of healing and 1 potion of climbing.
I'll add that to my list in the bag of the satchel of storing. But I will also I'll buy 1 of those potions of healing for 50 gold.
Okay. Awesome. You can add that to your inventory and subtract 50 from your gold.
Mr. Lavore, do you happen to know the name of this criminal organization you were talking of?
I can't say I do. There are whispers in the streets that they go by many names, but I do hear they're more than the name of the organization. I've heard that they hole up in a place somewhere under the city called the Dark Shines. That is at least how the common populace refers to their abode as, but I don't know if that is a real thing or where it exists in the city. But
what can you tell us about the sewers underneath the city? Is it easy to access them? Are they rather large?
They are rather extensive. Ostennis, I think, boasts a more thorough plumbing network than most cities do. But it is there are various manholes and sewer entrances throughout the city, but should I say picking one and going down and looking around may not be a fruitful venture. You could get lost fairly easily, and who knows what manner of creatures may have found their way to living down there.
Do these sewers connect across the river by any chance to the North Serpentis or
Septellus?
Do they happen to connect to Septellus by any chance?
He will tell you that he would be surprised if they go down far enough to go under the river. They're primarily the city's built on a bit of a hill, so he thinks it probably primarily runs within that hill and then dumps out into the Shaylin Ocean to the west. He doubts it is in the river or goes under the river, but perhaps it could.
Hey gang, I woke up this morning and I felt more imbued than I have before, and I think I've got some new spells at my disposal. One of which is a thing called Protection from Poison, which we already have a scroll for. Do you guys have any problem with us maybe parting with it, selling it to Mr. Lavore here?
Your scroll to sell.
All right.
Is that the one we found in the ruin?
Yes.
He's saying his heart out for that one.
Yep, and it is written in Elvish with a language you do not understand, but is definitely valuable.
We could sell it. I would like to ask though, Gene, looking at this, we found this and it means a lot. It was in a very secret and sacred place to Elvish people, and I'm curious.
I'll lay it out. And
is there anything you can glean from this that we might have missed? Set layers of meaning. When it was written,
his eyes will flash purple again, and he will examine this.
I mean, we know what it does, right?
Yeah, but it's just in the.
He's got a +8 modifier, but he rolled a natural 1. He does not notice anything from the parchment that is indicative of special, unique function. To him, it looks like a carefully preserved spell scroll of Elvish language that is for the arcane enchantment of protection from poison. It takes him a moment to evaluate what the spell is because it seems to be a different sequence of arcane rune work than maybe he's familiar with, but it does imbue the same function as protection from poison. And he will buy it for 25 gold. Or I'm sorry, that one he will buy for 50 gold.
A second level spell he'll buy for 50
Yes.
gold?
Yeah, his second level scrolls that he sells are 100 gold, and he's only willing to buy it for half so that he can flip it and make a profit.
Are any of you interested in holding on to this? I think I can accomplish the same effect should we need it.
I would rather not sell it right now if we don't need the gold. Like, we could come back and sell it, but like, it might be relevant to
of course.
my quest.
I'll roll it back up and put it back in my pouch.
I do want to take out the charlatan's die.
Okay.
And I want to ask, Jerry, did you have any interest in this, or would you mind if I sold it? Or any of you? I'm no good at lying. This die, when rolled, rolls to whatever number you wish. I won't cheat, though, and ever get any benefit from this. I'm not a bluffer. So I'd like to sell it unless one of you is very interested in it.
I mean, unless we're gonna need to cheat at a game sometime in the future, but I don't know.
It's not something that calls to you.
No.
Okay, and I'll ask Gene if he would buy that from me.
Actually, you don't need to make a persuasion check. Actually, do make a general charisma check just to see
how impressive.
Yes.
How you're selling him this pen.
Yes. Sell me this pen.
8 minus 1.
Okay. He definitely goes into haggle mode and is maybe you don't suspect this is the full value of it, but he'll offer you 40 gold.
Actually, you know what? I was just realizing I do want you to enchant my sword. So maybe we could roll that into that negotiation. So 150 plus the die for enchanting this sword for a week.
I believe I had quoted it as 200 gold would be the sword enchantment. But we could do, I would do 225 for the two.
No, he's trying to.
I'm sorry.
I was trying to haggle back up for.
He will do 175 for the two.
You said 40 for the die. 200. Wasn't it 200?
Yeah. 160 for the two. My apologies.
Correct. Yes.
I was trying to haggle him down to 150.
With your poor charisma check, that's going to be what it is. It's fairly fairly transactional. Yeah.
Can he and I have a really awkward interaction where I'm trying to do math in common while he's trying to get his money?
Yes, definitely. As I also do math incorrectly in my head.
Yes, that would be wonderful. 160 plus the die, and I'll leave you with this sword, and you will increase its.
I will get working on it this afternoon. I will. If you stop in my shop for the next couple days, you can trust that I'll work on it every day for a week. But if you want to see the status, feel free to come and ask. So he now has your great sword.
I'm just gonna say, because I'm sick of having this platinum in my inventory, I gave him 6. I did the right number, but I'm gonna reduce my 6 platinum and give myself 60 gold.
Sure.
Okay. Cool.
I don't think that sounded right.
6 platinum is 60 gold.
Yes.
He gave himself 60 gold, took away the platinum, and then got rid of the 160 gold.
Okay, got it.
I just reduced 160 gold, and then I'm like, let's just pretend I gave him my platinum.
We're in a city you can do exchange.
I subtracted and upped my.
Yes.
So I'm at 142 gold, no platinum.
National Bank of Ostenas.
Okay, got it.
Well, I am all set here. I don't know about you all.
This gives me a lot to think about. That ring looks so cool, but maybe someday.
Definitely something to work towards. A stretch goal.
I'll buy those 2 arrows as we're kind of finishing up the chain.
Okay.
Unbreaking.
Perfect. I will add those to D&D Beyond, but you absolutely, for 40 gold, can buy the unbreakable arrow and the chain arrow.
Are you tempted by that approach?
Jerry, did you want that fan?
Yes, Mr. Lavore, I would like this fan. There is absolutely no chance I'm paying full price for it. I will offer you.
His eyes, his magnified eyes, like you actually see the eyelids now as he squints a little bit.
You have a lovely shop, and we are definitely gonna do you a favor and find those vials for you. But I will need this fan to blow away our enemies, so I will offer you 75 gold for it.
100. Oh, you can
Make a persuasion check.
You're not hindered by an 8.
Persuasion?
Yes.
Whoa.
With your brusque delivery, you wonder if this is going to have the intended effect, but he does ponder for a bit. And if you are willing to go after those vials, maybe they may be even, I haven't had a chance to study them yet. Maybe they could even be more valuable than I think. I could do 75 for the fan.
Yes.
Okay, that sounds like a deal.
And so that one should be in D&D Beyond. You can add Wind Fan to your inventory and subtract 75 gold.
Can you tell us where the chamomile and cloves is located?
Yes, of course. If you follow this around, it's actually in the residentials toward the east. If you follow it around, we are in the southeastern portion of the city. If you follow around the semicircle of the commercials all the way to the due east, you should be able to ask around there and find chamomile and cloves. Roughly here.
Near Quintessence.
Yes, it is near Quintessence, actually.
Okay. Did you want to buy anything?
No, I'm not gonna. No,
You could-
not at this moment. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we'll be back.
We'll be back and back with 3 vials, ready to hand off to Mr. Lavore here.
So we got 5 stamps.
I got 3 stamps.
Oh,
How much
wow.
was-
So then, 6 stamps.
How much was a potion of healing?
50.
I got 2 of those. There's 1 left.
Oh, you already bought 2?
I bought 2. Yeah,
Did you, on your own?
I have 3 of them on me. Yeah. Well, no, you have.
I have 1 now.
You have 1.
Oh, then that's 7 stamps.
Make sure you add potion of healing.
I already did.
Okay, good.
I
I also have the potion of climbing.
I have the potion of climbing.
I do not have the potion of climbing.
Why don't we all just split 1 more potion of healing for our own benefit? You want to do that?
So we'll clear them out.
What's 50 divided by 4?
12.5.
Everyone, cough up 12.5. And Jerry, you want to hold this one?
I can.
I think it's good for all of us, especially, it's good for all of us to have a little
Put
bit.
it in my tabby.
So I subtracted 5 gold and then subtracted 5 silver since there's no.
No, 12 gold, 5 silver.
That's what I did.
Yep.
You just said 5 gold.
I meant the other thing. I did do it right.
But you guys have bought all 3 of his potions of healing. There are very tempting looking larger bottles that contain more of this liquid that look beautiful and more ornate, but they are significantly more expensive.
I'm very nervous as I hand him my family sword.
He takes it carefully, intending some respect, but we'll bring it back to the warehouse stock room and leaves it there and comes back out. Anything else I can do for you all?
I think we're all set. This is a wonderful place you've got here.
Okay, keep me keep me posted if you find anything on those files.
Of course, of course.
Thank you so much for your patronage and otherwise.
Well, let's head out.
I am
Awesome.
going to dip back. You guys head on. I do need to head back to the barracks, and I want to have a quick chat with Mr. Lavore. But I'll catch up with you at the castle.
Castle and Cask Inn. Yep.
I'll catch up with you at the castle in a few hours after I finish up a few things, and I want to run back inside to talk to Mr. Lavore.
Okay.
And I will bring Alfie with me.
Okay. Yeah, he's small enough to roll into the shop front.
Mr. Lavore, I wonder if I could just have a not so much a transactional conversation, but more of a business conversation. I guess first, this is Alfie, a bit of a creation of mine. Short backstory. I'm originally from a city called Storm's Edge out in Belladonia. My father, he's
Belladonia.
yeah, a bit ways away. My father, he's an inventor himself. Taught me quite a bit, enough to make Alfie here, and I'll kick Alfie and have him like pop out with his legs and stuff.
He jumps back in surprise, just at like not fear, but just amazement at what.
Oh, I guess it's kind of it might be like taller than him.
It probably is taller than him. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't really know how to put this, but part of my hope in coming to all the way out here to Ostennis creation, specifically Ostennis, is to make a bit of a name for myself. My dad owns a store back in Storm's Edge. I'm hoping to, at some point, either open my own store or work in an establishment like this. So I don't have any specific requests, more of I'll call it a job application. And I'll take out the Ocean's Whispers item that I started with.
Yep.
This is something you mentioned, you were talking about enchanting items earlier. This is something I created a couple of years ago as a kid that my dad taught me how to make. And consider it a donation to your stock. Feel free to do whatever you want with it. Keep it around for ambience in the store or sell it to anyone who might want it. Give it a tap and it'll give some gentle rolling music. A lot of folks in my town use it as a bit of an aid to go to sleep. And I will give him the ocean.
He'll take it from you and tap it, and his eyes will light as the kind of runes in it pulse a little bit and kind of give that ambient noise you described. And then he will gratefully accept this stone you've handed to him, but his eyes keep going to Alfie, and he'll almost he knows you're looking at it, but almost without your permission, gives it like a little tap with his foot, and does it react in any way?
I picture the head just turns a little bit, and it probably, I feel like the one thing I taught Alfie was to reach out a hand to handshake. Oh no, he's gentle. Well, he's gentle at the moment. He's a bit of a science experiment. I'm working on it for the Queen, I guess, at this point. But yeah, I think one thing, if you don't mind, I would like at some point to consult with you about how I could maybe enhance Alfie's abilities at some point in the future.
Okay. This is fascinating. You made this yourself?
A bit of assistance from
Marta
in the Glassguard barracks. She did a good chunk of the muscle work. I provide most of the runic enchantments.
This is fascinating. Wow. He really admires and kind of is a little jaw-dropping moment for him. Roulette Tinkerton, you said?
Tinkerton, yes. And remember the name, Tinkerton.
Yes. Well, I thank you for your patronage for the day, and this is certainly not something I'll soon forget. I'll keep you in my mind. Perhaps there are various shop fronts that go in and out of business. Perhaps someday I could put in a good word if you were trying to set something up. But
that would be much appreciated. I obviously don't have the capital at the moment right now, so
of course,
something in the future, and that'd be much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Lavore.
Of course. Thank you for coming in and showing me this. This is made my day. Thank you.
Good to know. And I will
Quite unique.
politely make my way out.
We heading to chamomile? The three of us?
Yes, I was curious if we could make a slight. Have we heard about if there's any just general armor, like weapon stores?
Primarily, people go to Coppercut Armory, which is attached to Glassguard Barracks, which is where Roulette was working with Marta, because they have a series of kind of sub buildings that sell general armor, and they are the prime manufacturer of metalwork in the city.
Okay.
But there are probably other various shops that can do similar.
Then I have an errand later. Yeah, let's head to Chamomile and Cloves.
Wait, what do we have to do there?
I'd like to look at some herbalist supplies, and also this is how we might get our first lead on the seedy, pun intended, side of the city, because she said that Pearl might have bought or sold or bought poisons before, so we might figure out where those vials are, or how to get towards them.
Oh, good idea. Then I'll come along for that then.
All right, let's head that way.
Awesome. You guys can very easily make your way from Ensorcelment over to Chamomile and Cloves. Very unassuming wooden shop front. And you guys can enter. Saving RP of this character, Pearl is a very simple, dark-haired human woman, possibly in her 30s, looks fairly young, but will gladly entertain whatever business you'd like to go over.
Greetings, Pearl. I have 2 vials I'm curious if you'd like to buy, and I'd like to see your wares as well. I'm a bit of a hobbyist when it comes to herbalism and poisoneering, so I'm curious if you have anything that I might find useful. And yeah, that's how I'd like to start.
She will go over with you her kind of list of menu, if you will, and she does brew some potions. She has some more herbal leaning spell components. She's got alchemist supplies and brewer supplies and cook supplies. She's got oils and perfumes and basic poisons and potions of healing and simple just glass vials should you want to buy any for the future, or flasks and healer's kits and component pouch. But really, if you're asking for specifically potions and poisons,
I'm more of I don't necessarily want any of those from her. Although I'd like maybe to hear what they are. I'm kind of curious if there's a way for me to, I'm curious if there's a way for me to get better at my studies in herbalism, just to be more efficacious. And I can't brew anything that actually heals per se. I can treat symptoms, but down at some point, I'd like to be better at taking what I know and creating something useful.
Yes, of course. I could actually use. It's been a little busy as of late. I could use some assistance in the store if you're ever interested in an internship, shall we say, of tutorage, and you could be my journeyman if you're interested. I may need to sit down with you in kind of a formal process to evaluate your standing, your character, and we could certainly come to some sort of arrangement.
I'm in town for at least a week, so that would be wonderful.
Okay, if you're interested, you could come back tomorrow or the next day, and that would suit me just fine, and we could go over things, and I could show you around the shop more, and you could help out.
That would be wonderful. In the meantime, I do have this. Well, what potions do you have? What poisons?
She has 1 additional potion of healing, and then some greater superior. She has a potion of invisibility for 200 gold. And then poisons. She has basic poisons that you just coat the edge of a weapon and can deal additional damage. But there are 2 specific other poisons she has. Taste of Iron is a poison that is a small glass vial that has 2 doses. This vial is worth 25 gold pieces. And should you, can remain active and potent on a weapon for at least 1 minute, and every turn would do an additional D6 poison damage. Instead of normal poisons, which are a one use, you coat the blade and use them. This kind of coats the blade and remains on the blade for a minute, dealing additional D6 poison damage every hit. And then she has a rather rare poison worth 200 gold called Kelemvor's Kiss. It is a single use, like most normal poisons. It is a single use poison, and it would deal significant necrotic damage to a creature, 66 specifically, on impact, or half as much if they save on a con save.
How much are the regular one-use poisons that you put on a weapon?
Those are 50 gold apiece.
But it's 20 gold for the one that lasts for a minute?
Yes, because it's weaker.
Oh, it's a D6 only.
Yes, and it goes, I guess over time it's stronger, but
I'll keep that in mind. I do have a vial of, I have 2 vials to show you that you might be interested in buying. This vial of shriven grass was regular. It was regular grass, but it was poisoned by dark necrotic dryad. I want to levitate it so it looks really cool and interesting.
yeah, she her eyes alight at your use of telekinetic energy, and she will grab the vial and kind of look it over for a little bit and say, "This could definitely be useful for a poison, or maybe as an antitoxin potentially if I can manage that." Are you looking to sell it?
Sure. Or perhaps maybe even while I'm studying with you for the next week, we could use this and you could teach me how to make it into something.
That could be done as well, sure. If you're willing to sell the vial, I could buy it for 25 gold. But if you're interested in starting to work here in the next couple of days, we could certainly put in some time off hours and see what we can do with it.
Yeah, let's use that. And then I also have this vial of yellow mold. This was found in an old ruin, and it was toxic to breathe, and I saved a little bit of it. She will also look at this, and although slightly less rare than the necrotic shriven grass, similar purpose. It could be used into a poison or developed into some kind of antitoxin, but she would willingly buy it for 15 gold, or as you suggest, kind of help you make it into something potentially if you start working there. Let's just say both of these will try to maybe, so I'm not coming in and completing your resources initially. We'll save these and try to turn them into something you could teach me.
That sounds okay. Are you hoping to leave them here, or did you want to hang on to them for a few days until you start?
I guess I could hang on to them until we start.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll be back tomorrow.
You know what? I'm actually... Tomorrow may be a bit busy, and I'm off Sunday. Do you want to start on Monday? Come in on Morndas?
Morndas it is.
What's a Sunday?
Lordas is Sunday. Or no, Lordas is Saturday. Sundas is Sunday.
Go back on Mordas. Got it.
Yes.
Well, with the business out of the way, we actually have a question for you.
Okay.
Jerry, Toby, did you want to ask it? Or did you want me to? I don't mind.
Also, Toby Rama, she suggested a poison was called Kelemvor's Kiss, and you, so far in your encounters, have only met one group of travelers who even knew what Kelemvor was. Just something of note.
Had she mentioned the price on that?
It was 200 gold.
I'll make note.
But it is a very potent one-use poison.
Yeah, I don't know that there's maybe a gentle way to ask this. We were wondering if maybe some shadier characters potentially in the past have come here seeking, poisons and other things that could, be used to someone with ill intents, used to their means.
And Pearl, I'd like to explain why we're asking.
We just lost audio.
Hi.
You're back.
I say, Gene, and I say, Pearl, the reason we're asking is, are you familiar with Gene over at Sorcerer? He's actually the one who recommended we come here.
Yes, I've done some business with him. I occasionally sell him some potions for use at his shop. Mine doesn't get the traffic, his does, you see. So I probably shouldn't say this. He ups the cost a little bit, and we both get a share of the proceeds from those.
Oh, well, it's good to have a partner. Well, he's actually looking for something that was stolen from him. Maybe he'd even share some of the knowledge with you, because it is a potion of sorts, but it's one that you inhale instead of drink. And it was stolen, and he's asked us to inquire as to what thieves may have stolen it. And he says that sometimes herbalists deal with poisoneers and are a little familiar with those who might make their living below ground.
She'll think to herself, kind of surprised to hear of a potion that is inhaled. There are various inhaled poisons, but a potion that you inhale seems to like strike some surprise in her face. I haven't seen Gene actually in the past week or so since he got back. He was out of town for a few weeks doing business outside the city, but I'll have to go ask him about that. I'm not familiar with this recent misplacement of his vials, but I'd be very curious to learn. Regarding our patrons, I don't usually, discriminate against any gold that comes through my shop. Otherwise, I could be out of business quickly. But there are people that come in, maybe more cloaked and obscured in the face, or seemingly less of means, that still buy some of my poisons and stuff. I don't usually ask too many questions, but I could see how that could be a reputation most herbalists get.
We are separate from you, of course. We're looking to find where to stop the thread to find those missing vials. So would you know of where those customers ever hang out at, or where we could begin searching?
I can't say I know where certain customers may hang out. When I'm managing the shop front, people go in and out of my door. But what I will say is, generally, the southern residentials contain seedier populations that maybe there's more violence down there, and certainly thefts can occur, mostly in the southern portion of the city, especially with merchants coming in and out of the city through the residentials. That is primarily, I think, where theft can occur. But I'm sorry, I can't be of more help to suggest where my customers may have gone with what they buy.
All right.
No, that's very helpful. It gives us a place to start. Thank you.
Talperion, I've got an idea. Let's pretend to be wealthy merchants with fake gold purses, and then Toby can watch and see who pickpockets us. And then we can chase him down and beat him up.
I do actually like that idea.
That's pretty effective, I would imagine.
All right. Well, Pearl, thank you so much. I'll be back in 2 days, and we could start some lessons.
That sounds fantastic. Telperion, was it?
Yes, Toperian Loonsong. You can put that on the application.
It was good to meet you. I hope to see you in a few days.
All right. We go outside.
Cool.
Jiri, Toby?
Bustling streets of various diverse population.
Oh, I left my outfits in... Oh, wait, no, I still have them with me. We can put these on and pretend to be wealthy merchants, Telperion.
Do we want to do that with Roulette?
Yeah, let's go get Roulette. She can watch too. That way we have 2 pairs of eyes.
Yeah.
I believe she said she was heading for the barracks.
I actually needed to go there anyway, so that's ideal.
Okay, let's go get her.
Okay. You guys can very easily make your way from this spot in the city, the Glassguard Barracks are actually pretty close by. Just venturing north a little bit, you can make your way there. And it's probably getting... this is just a random question that we don't need to RP through. Did you guys grab lunch anywhere? You guys had all kind of met out in front of Castle and Cask Inn around noon after your morning errands as we started this session.
No, maybe we'll get roulette. Maybe we'll get roulette and do lunch.
Yeah, we have not gotten lunch yet, I don't think.
Okay. Because after ensorcelment and here and Roulette making her way to barracks, it's probably like mid-afternoon or so right now, maybe.
We'll do like a late lunch.
Yeah, which is totally fine. I just kind of wanted to
Early dinner.
get that in there, yeah. And Jiri, you also know that the playbill you had looked at and that kind of made its way into your room last night was for a play called King's A-Killin', which was taking place at the Brazen Bold Tavern tonight at 8 o'clock.
All right, guys, whatever we do, we have to be back by 8 for the show. I got us front row seat tickets.
Although you're not very aware of where the Brazen Bold Tavern is yet, but you know that it's taking place there at 8.
I did, if we can go back and just say I went and got us tickets while
That's
out.
That's totally fine. Yeah, in the morning, as other people were doing errands, you kind of made your way, and people would point you in the western direction for where a lot of the pubs and bars and taverns are, and some meaderies as well. Let me go to
How much
here.
were those tickets by any chance? Do you?
The storefront clerk, kind of bouncer of the pub, which was not seeing very much action early in the morning, but was like, you don't need tickets. You just come and drink and watch. Just buy ale. That's your ticket.
Buy ale.
Oh, okay. I will make tickets so that we can experience the ticket phenomenon.
Sounds great.
You got like a napkin or something I could write on?
Sure. Here's a small handkerchief. Tosses you like a slightly damp one off a table nearby.
This will have to do.
All right, come back tonight. Should be a good time.
Okay, bye.
So yes, you now have had adequate time to maybe fashion tickets out of a handkerchief.
As
But
soon
so
as
I think I just made that available on the map so you guys can see the Brazen Bold is westward in the residentials.
Oh, nice.
I don't want to take up too much time, but I want to go to the Coppercut Armory when we get roulette, and I do want to try to exchange my Warhammer for a longsword.
Okay.
I think they're both worth 15.
15.
Yeah, I want to go to the people that I got my armor from so they know I'm a returning customer.
Make a general persuasion check as you do so.
2.
Okay. Kind of aligns with what this situation was going to be because the Warhammer, although well made, is really scuffed up. It's seen some battle wear. It's probably less great condition versus a nicely refined longsword. So if you pay 10 gold, you can trade in your Warhammer for a longsword.
100 silver.
Yes.
Okay. I'll pay 10 gold.
Okay.
As soon as I've gotten there, because I'm realizing it's like an hour after I left Marta from working all morning with her.
Yeah.
Marta, one quick thing I wanted to do. This mace.
Yeah, sweetie. What can I do you for?
I wanted to see if I could, for lack of a better word, upgrade this mace. I told you mobility for Alfie. A bit more of a reach for me, I'd say. Not too much more, but maybe finding a way to upgrade this mace. I want to turn it into a flail.
Let's step into my workshop real quick. And she will take you back to her workshop and poking around some of the wildly intricate mechanisms. And obviously she needed your help primarily with the arcane connections to be made to allow functionality, but her own intellect on true mechanics is pretty impressive. So she goes into all sorts of her blueprints and shuffles around, and maybe over the course of an hour of general discussion and like looking around her shop, she will find a schematic that she will hand over to you for a detachable
The thing.
Yes, but she has not ever tried to make one. It's kind of been a theoretical idea. So she'll give you a piece of parchment that you can say is a flail schematic, but needs additional consideration. It's not like, here's how you build it, this is what you do. It's like you could theoretically you could saw off the mace head, and if you do it like this, maybe you could connect things here, but a retraction mechanism might be difficult to do without arcane enhancement. So but you have a flail schematic that you will need to work on in some regard later.
Bedtime. Oh, hey, Telperion and Jiri and Toby.
Roulette.
Anyone getting hungry?
Yes.
Yes.
Jiri, have you told us about the play tonight? I'm assuming you did. Oh, you probably did.
Yep. We all have to be back from beating up burglars by 8.
Well, let's eat quickly and go search for them.
So should we? I mean, I think it's in the general direction. We could head back down to the Castle and Cast for lunch, and then keep heading south into that residential district for Jiri. That plan you just told me about.
Our sting operation.
The sting operation.
Yeah. So, wait, Roulette, we need my pack of actor and actresses clothing that is in I dumped it into your magic pocket there.
And we'll be doing this as we walk back to the Castle and Cask and eat lunch. I will take out a pair of them. I'll let you reach in and take whatever you need.
All right, Telperion, what do you want to wear?
I feel like I look pretty regal as it is, but I guess maybe no one would. People might be
Telperion is Jiri's bodyguard, and he's escorting him into the city.
I'd rather not take off all this armor.
Yeah, so Jiri, you get dressed up to the nines, and then Telperion will be there in his full magnificence.
But I'll look.
That you're an important character.
And I won't be paying attention though, so people don't think that I would I have to pretend I'm not noticing anything.
But we should give you some type of disguise, just so nobody recognizes you as Telperion, because you've already met people. So maybe put on a bandana or something.
I literally just take one bandana from the bag and I just put it on, and I do cover my ears with it a little bit. Does it help?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Not my color though.
I'll put on this fake crown, and I don't know what else is in here. A nice cloak.
Oh yeah, okay. This is fine. Because you have a kit, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Some fake jewelry, big golden chain.
You need a fake bag of money.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I have a fake bag of money in there. Ooh, I know. I'll put my money in your bag, and we can put rocks in this one.
Or we could also just gather all our copper into one bag.
I like that idea.
Yeah, so it's still authentic coin rattling.
Okay.
I'll put 100 copper in this bag. And
I'll what do you do with the bag?
We put it on your waist.
Yeah, I'll put it on my waist, kind of to the side, to the back, so it looks like it's easy to pickpocket.
I just removed 100 copper, but it's in transit copper.
Yep. Perfect.
One gold.
All right, so how do you guys, so this is kind of the setup. You guys are kind of adorning Jiri with all these fake goods that look very tantalizing, potentially to thieves and riffraff. What are the rest of you doing? Telperion, you're helping Jiri kind of get dolled up in this way. Roulette and Toby Rama, what are you doing? Do you want to be nearby? How are you going about this? Are you going to be strolling through the city or through various streets?
I was thinking maybe we have them exit. Roulette and I would stay near the southern gate, and then maybe Telperion and Jiri would exit out of the eastern gate, kind of do a loop around, and then enter in through the southern gate as like, oh, we're new arrivals and we're fancy and we've got all this money at our hip that we're not looking at. And then Roulette and I are gauging when they come in who's looking to come and swipe. I'm sure there's, still daylight. There should be some pretty busy traffic coming into the city.
Absolutely.
So I'll wait and put it all on when we're outside.
Okay. As you guys do this is going to be an interesting set of roles. Roulette, what is your focus in this sting operation?
So Toby, are you and I we're next to each other and we're tailing them? Is that what
I think, and we're still flushing this idea. My thought was in this area we would be posted up inside, maybe on separate sides of the street, and just knowing that we're expecting Telperion and Jiri to come walking in, and just keeping an eye out for them.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm going to be with Toby, keeping an eye out for anyone who's casing our friends, and then as they walk in, I'm assuming we can stay like 100 feet back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what I'd like to do. I want Jiri, with Telperion's help, to make a performance check with advantage.
I'm gonna be like to help with that. Are we in like the square at this point?
Sure.
I'm gonna be like loudly saying, "We need
You're
direction."
like a busy thoroughfare.
Yeah, like I'm gonna be like the obnoxious bodyguard. Like, why isn't anything labeled in the city? Like pretending like I don't know how to get where we need to go. I just want to be an idiot.
Okay, so Jiri, you have advantage on this performance check.
Even without Telperion's help, I have advantage on this.
That is correct. You're absolutely right. Then Roulette and Toby Rama, I would like one of you to make a perception check and the other to make an insight check. You guys can kind of suss out who does what, but it's going to be about surveying the situation and then also gleaming insight from people's behavior to see who's interested.
You get so robbed.
I feel like in chatting with Toby, I'm like, Toby, you point out the individuals, I'll get a good read on them.
Deal. So I'll do the perception.
And I will do my insight.
Insight, perfect.
Nice. And then
I'm going to use my 1 point of inspiration that I have.
Okay, you are welcome to do so.
I forgot we had those.
I did too.
I'm going to use it as quickly as possible.
Okay. Toby, perception.
I forget.
19.
You're rolling at advantage, essentially.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. What'd you say, Toby? Oh, 19.
Yeah.
Okay. So now that we have our parameters for how this situation is going to unfold, let's see.
Just 100 copper, 10 silver, which is 1 gold.
Yep.
Jiri and Telperion. Jiri, as some nobleman making his way through town and acquiring business or goods or talking with shopkeepers and what have you, and Telperion kind of at his side as a bodyguard, you guys are going about your business trying to seem wealthy but out of sorts and not sure where you should be, where your purpose in the city should be. But you're doing a very convincing job, you feel, of selling this ruse. Toby Rama and Roulette, this process does not go very quickly. Over the course of an hour, there's just such a hustle and bustle and energetic crowd moving throughout this thoroughfare that you guys are scoping out the situation. Maybe as Jiri and Telperion shift from location to location, you're also shifting to make sure you keep eyes on them and survey the crowd and people that may seem particularly interested in these two individuals. But over the hour, Roulette, in the back of your mind, like within your head, you actually hear something out of nowhere.
Oscar, I haven't heard confirmation of the latest contingent's arrival.
Report back at once. You better have a good reason if your squad's been delayed.
I know what it was. Toby, did you hear that?
Hear what?
Who's us? What was it? No.
Did you hear something? I pick up and make sure Jerry.
No, keep your eyes on him for a second. And I will reach into my satchel and summon the sending stone thing that I have. And is there anything glowing on it or doing anything?
Make an Arcana or investigation check.
I forgot about that. Oscar.
You catch the faintest glimmer of blue luminescence fade into the otherwise grayish pink quartzite stone, as if it had just been lit and you just caught the edge of it dimming down to stasis.
Shit. Okay, we found this
On a Durastian soldier.
Yeah. And I'm thinking of this while we are still walking. I'm not going to do anything at the moment. Toby, I think this thing just activated, but we should deal with it later. Remember the name Oscar.
Oscar, okay.
And I put it back in the bag and continue doing what we're doing.
You're absolutely able to do so. Over the course of another hour or so, it does seem like various individuals now, over a 2-hour watch, have kind of, maybe you've seen someone peer out of an alley and then just back away and not engage. Or maybe someone traveling in a simple cloak will give subtle gestures with their head of interest in Jiri's direction, but continue walking. Definitely attracting the attention of various people. Even in a diverse cultural hub, it's definitely enough of a performance from Jiri and his bodyguard Telperion to garner some attention.
The next time I see someone kind of peek out of an alley and then kind of peek back in, I want to grab Roulette and kind of make my way in that direction subtly.
Sure. You can absolutely do so. And I'm imagining this all to take place loosely along this south thoroughfare.
Okay.
So like individuals from various spots may be coming out of alleyways and other minor shopkeepes, but it's also heavily residential with stands, merchant stands, rather than real shop fronts lining the streets. But you're absolutely able to go do that. Make a perception or investigation check as you and Roulette make your way into an alley where you've seen someone peer out before.
Another 19.
19's pretty good. No, not necessarily. 19's pretty good. You see people in the alley, like a cart merchant stand selling like guava fruit and other fruits and vegetables, but nothing necessarily of interest, and you do not notice an individual matching someone you may have seen peer out. But I would like Jiri to make a perception check with advantage from Telperion's help.
Holy
Okay.
shit.
Dude, I always roll terribly on perception checks.
Do you have your inspiration? Oh God.
You could use
I
that.
do have another inspiration, but I feel like I've rolled advantage, so like, do I get to roll again?
I don't know.
So Jiri and Telperion, even being dedicated to the sting operation and focusing on, you're also doing a very compelling job convincing and selling the story of the merchant you are and what you're trying to, your interactions with the local populace are really requiring your attention to sell the performance. And you do not notice a small coin purse being lifted from your belt, although with Toby Rama's high passive perception, as you guys have walked into an alley, have seen no individual of specific identification or suspicion, as you kind of turn back toward the street, you see a dark hooded figure running in the opposite direction of Jiri and Telperion.
Roulette, let's go.
Hooded in dark leathers and a hooded cloak.
I'll just hope that Telperion and Jiri are about to see Roulette and I start running and maybe follow suit.
Maybe we're deep in conversation. Like,
yes, yeah.
Sorry. Just the.
Well, I was just gonna say, I would like. Well, I guess I gave you advantage because of Telperion's assistance there. This will be a new check because it's not against sleight of hand this time. It's against commotion. So I'll have each of you roll a perception check, Jiri and Telperion, as Roulette and Toby Rama sprint out of an alleyway and try and survey the escape for that individual.
I've got a conversation that might distract us.
17.
Really quick.
Oh.
Oh, no. Never mind. We don't have to.
No, go for it. I love it.
Telperion, did I ever tell you who carried my pack before the little boy named Moby carried it?
No.
It was a donkey named Moby. I found him on the road far north of Forest Hollow, and he carried my pack like a good Moby does for a real long time. But then one day, along the road, I looked back, and he was gone. And I was really upset because I thought my pack was gone forever. But then, at night, when I woke up in the morning, it was there once again.
I'm like used to Jiri's nonsense at this point, kind of nonsense. So I feel like I'll justify my 17 by saying like I'm like half listening as I'm just like not even looking for the kid. I'm looking to see like just do a check and like where did Roulette and Toby like what are they doing? But I will passively like ask you a question like was that the first Moby or is there other Mobys in your life before the donkey?
No, before the donkey, there was a cow named Moby. But one night when I was sleeping, it got eaten by a pack of wolves.
Do you ever feel like the name Moby's cursed and you should stop using it?
Well, I didn't think to give a new name until you guys decided to call my horse Moby 2. That was a good idea.
Well, let's hope the horse doesn't get eaten as well.
Yes. Why would you say that?
Mike is laughing, although Telperion's like, I like playing Telperion as a straight man in this really dynamic.
Yeah.
As we're sprinting, I'm gonna take one platinum ring off my finger and tell Roulette, put this on, just in case.
Yeah. Oh, we lost audio. Oh, no, never mind. You just weren't saying it.
Sure, of course. How far away is this hooded man from us or person?
So you were maybe 20 feet or so into the alley. And so as they rushed past, and you lost visual of them in a moment, as they're along the main thoroughfare and you guys just peeked out in an alley, as you guys are coming rounding the corner, and I don't have a specific map for this, but let me draw a very small thing here. Freehand, we will do red dots. You guys had just poked into an alley over here. Jiri and Telperion are engaged in conversation with some merchant over here. And then the hooded figure just ran southward from them to kind of loosely this direction.
Critter, whatever you're doing, I don't see on the map.
I don't see anything.
Different layer.
You might be on the DM
shit.
layer.
I am.
No, Critter, don't worry about it.
So Jiri and Telperion are here.
Oh, okay. So I got it.
Roulette and Toby Rama are here in an alleyway, about to head westward to get back into the thoroughfare. They had seen the figure heading southward, and they're over here now, making a beeline across the thoroughfare.
Stole my 1 gold.
But as Roulette and Toby Rama, as you in an elevated state of alertness, you head out into the thoroughfare and just see a sea of people. I would like you both to make a perception check to see if you can spot the dark hooded figure amongst the crowd. And Telperion, with your 17, you do notice a fairly stressed out looking Toby and Roulette run out of an alleyway staring off in a direction opposite yours.
I said, Toby, let's go.
Big
There-
money, no whammies.
Yeah, big money always.
Yes.
Jiri, let's follow them.
It's really good, both of you. You absolutely kind of stopping and just taking in the chaos and moving figures. You see a darting black form kind of disappear into an alley, and you know which alley they went down.
If never mind. Yeah, we just follow. We follow.
Okay. You running, dashing, anything?
Sprint.
Hauling ass?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say it's like, this isn't a true encounter, but I'm going to say it's quote unquote difficult terrain to avoid the hustling, bustling thoroughfare of people. But as you get to the alleyway where you saw that person disappear, you do not have visual of this person. You guys can either make an investigation or perception check in this moment.
Is there anyone in the alley, or is it just like an empty alley?
This is an empty alley that has different offshoots. It continues straight through another thoroughfare, or it juts out into different side streets for where residential abodes may be. Both very good. Toby Rama, you even close your eyes. You know you don't have visuals, so you close your eyes for just a moment, and you hear the pattering of footsteps, but it's a little difficult to hear what direction they're coming from ahead of you. Roulette, you very clearly see a stain of dirt in the amongst the cobblestone street that has a very fresh footprint on it, pointed in the direction that an individual may have quickly taken.
We also are running after them, although I assume we're not. We're chasing those two, not whoever.
Yes, absolutely. And so let's say by the time Toby Rama and Roulette get to the point where this footprint is and they have a new direction alley to take, Telperion and Jiri, you catch up to the alley you saw them disappear in, and now you're roughly 30 feet behind your other two comrades, but you're all together, shall we say, able to still push on down this section of the residence.
I'm mentally having Alfie stay like half the distance behind us as like a trail marker for them so they don't lose us.
That's perfect. A couple people, you hear shouts from behind as people are
Ball rolling through.
Fearfully trying to not get bulldozed by a large bowling ball. But as you guys kind of all come together, and even if there's a 30-foot gap or so, I would like everyone to make one final investigation or perception check.
Let's investigate that shit. God. 6 for me. Green dice is going in the bag.
Nice,
you guys hear a clink of metal roughly down an alleyway and to the left, and can follow that direction, but have no... Sorry, I didn't mean to make another point, but let's go ahead and mark this. You find a clink of metal, or you hear a clink of metal ahead of you, and as you rush toward it and turn a corner, once again, an empty alleyway. And pausing your vision, you don't see any loose hints of motion in the situation. Toby Ram, you're not able to pick out any further footfalls. There is no visual reference to where this hooded person may have gone to.
Shit.
Looking at the ground, are there any like crates?
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Ooh, 22.
It's really, really good. And in a spot of creativity and thinking, there is a grate. You don't hear any footsteps, potentially over the sound of running water below you, but there are sewer grates that are on either side of this alleyway that are kind of semicircles paved into the cobblestone that are butt up against two stone building structures.
I'm like saunter on over there and try to pull one of them up.
You pull the one on the north and it doesn't budge. It is very firmly fixed in there. You can try and wrench it free if you would like with a strength check.
I want to do the south one to see if it, or the other ones to see if they're, I want to look for the easiest one before I just start wrenching.
You pull on the other one as well, and it also does not give as you pull upward.
I don't think that some urchin would have the strength to just pull these up.
If you're trying to run away with a bunch of money you just nabbed, you're probably going to lock a door after you go in it. So there's a chance that whoever
with a quick survey of the alleyway, there are no doorways. There are no residential abode entrances in this alley.
And like continuing down the alleyway past these sewer grates, there's no more footprints or anything.
Correct, and it opens up to, although not a main thoroughfare, another fairly busy street of merchant stalls, etc. But could I have Roulette make an investigation check?
Oh, in the day.
Oh, it was the way it was hovering on the 18.
It was almost an 18 plus stuff, but it is a 9 total instead. You glancing at the surroundings, you see no indications of footprints or otherwise, and Telperion had pretty firmly pulled on the grates, and so nothing necessarily of note at this moment.
This is definitely our alley.
You feel confident that you have tracked the individual to a location where they seemingly disappeared. And yeah.
It's about, I'm going to guess, 5, 6 o'clock at this time.
Yes, probably getting toward evening, yeah.
I have an idea.
So, this wasn't fruitless. Yeah, Telperion, go ahead.
What were we going to say?
I was going to say we should go to the dinner and a show and not
Turn
go
to this
down.
on Lordas.
You check this out, though. I take out my dagger, and I keep my items in pretty good repair. Is it like a shiny surface from me like cleaning it and stuff?
Sure, yeah.
And I've done this before, and I'm gonna levitate it through the grate, and I want to look at the edges of the grate with the like reflective side of the mirror to see if I see any lock, essentially, of like that they could have flipped that would make it harder to open the grate.
And I'll give
For sure.
light, I'll cast light on my hand and hold it above, so there's like light going down that can then reflect off.
To aid the reflection, that's a good call. Telperion, make a general intelligence check to see how finely you can manipulate this dagger through a grate hole and kind of carefully manipulate it in midair.
Critter, that was a really cool moment where like you just went like this and your camera like refocused. It was a very weird thing.
6. You know what? I'm using my inspiration. I'm sick of fudging rolls. 4. So 6 total.
It got worse.
You hover your dagger down through one of the grates and kind of try and manipulate it in midair, tilting it in directions to catch surface reflections. And even with Tobirama's light, you see nothing. As you try and retract it back, it actually gets trying to pull it back up through the grate. It almost gets knocked out of your telekinetic grasp before you have to like grab it again, as just the force of it banging into the grate almost caused it to fall, but you catch it, and you're able to manipulate it back up to the grate. You try the other one, and just similar effect. It's very dark, even with light filtering down through thin slits in the grate. You are successfully able to manipulate it around in that space, but you're not catching any lock mechanism specifically.
Okay. I think we've narrowed it down to a location. We're down a gold piece.
Oh, we just lost audio, Steve. Sorry. I keep accidentally.
Worse than that, though, the goal was to interrogate the urchin.
I don't think it's worse. One of the biggest things that Mr. Lavore told us was that he knew it was, well, he didn't know, strong inkling that they were down in the sewers, and we just needed a good spot to start. So I think we have a spot to start. I'd say it's probably going to be a little less dangerous for us if we're not immediately on the heels of someone next time we come back and start a more thorough investigation of these sewer grates. And head down there at a different time.
I want to wrench on one of the grates out of frustration.
You can do so. Make a strength check.
Is it so my strength? So 17 total.
You pull very hard. You even feel the bowing of metal as you're pulling very hard, and to no avail. It does not come free. It is fairly fixed in place.
Do you think it actually? But do you think that went there?
What is happening?
That happened before. Jerry, what do you think?
You guys clearly.
I say, if they're down there, we soak them.
Take out my decanter.
What do you think? Let's get them wet, right?
Do we want to fully flood Austenis' sewer system?
Not flood, but just send them a message.
Oh, okay.
While they're doing this, I want to go do the other grate.
You're able to. Same strength check. It still does not pull.
Oh, can I have Alfie help him?
Yeah, roll with advantage. Or just roll one more time. This essentially is the advantage part of that previous roll.
13 that time. I mean,
okay, so even with Alfie's help, you guys feel like you are strongly pulling these grates up, but the way they're built into the stonework, it is not able to be wrenched.
I just wonder if they even went down the grates, though.
Is there like a climbable way to the rooftops in this alley, like a stack of crates going up?
Make a perception check as you kind of. Yeah, it's perception.
Powers
necessary. Natural 20. You feel so confident that there are no rain downspouts or storm drains or boxes built up in space to allow someone to quickly scale the side of a building.
Roulette sees Toby looking up, and like she like gets her chalk bag out, and she's like ready to go. She wants to climb.
And I go, nope, I definitely didn't go that way. And the footsteps didn't lead out back onto the streets. He had to have gone under.
And just to reemphasize, there are no footsteps particularly. There was a patch of dirt in a previous alley that allowed you to get a sense of direction. But
I'd say we have a good next steps. I think we do have a dinner date reservation, and we have some very official looking tickets for the Brazen Bold show tonight. I think one of two things: we either come back and with some renewed strength and try and wrench open these sewer grates, or we come back and use this as our next starting point, and
just kind of stake it out.
We can stake it out and see if that hooded figure or any other hooded figures or nefarious looking individuals stop by.
Maybe we can equip Elfie with like a crowbar.
Oh, I could easily equip Alfie with a crowbar. I think I might do that.
Did you successfully stake it up?
Yes, we return and do a stakeout or return and pry open the things.
What if we wake up early tomorrow and we get on top of the buildings and then watch the sewer?
Smart man.
Great idea.
That's why we keep you around, Tiberian.
Definitely the evening colors of the sky start to fill the peripherals of your view as deep orange starts to set in for the evening.
Shall we make our way to the Brazen Bold?
Yep, I think it's time for dinner and a show.
As we leave, there's one last thing I want to try as we leave. And I had pulled the things. I want to spend a second pressing the different parts of the grate to see if there's any mechanicalness of that goes down instead of pulling up.
You try the north. In this alley, there's kind of a north side of buildings and a south side. You try the north side, pushing down firmly. It's very firmly fixed in place. You try the south one, and a very small indication of mechanical construction that Roulette didn't necessarily pick up on that maybe she otherwise would have with a less stressed mind, a more at peace. The bolts are affixed to a side of the grate that do indicate it pushes down, not able to be pulled upward. You push down, the whole grate just swings down, and as you let go, it snaps back up into place.
Holy shit!
It's one of those the like cabinet doors you have to
Oh my
push.
God.
No, it's I think you should leave.
It's I think you should leave. Yes, yes. It actually goes both ways.
It actually goes both ways.
I was here yesterday. Holy shit! All right, well, it's the new plan
You were
tomorrow
about
morning.
to break the hinges without
Yeah.
me.
Tomorrow morning,
Drooling, looking at the guy that just interviewed you. Yeah,
That's amazing.
Looking back at the hooded figure. No, I know this crate. I know this
I've
crate.
been here before.
Okay.
Tomorrow morning, then maybe we'll go down.
Maybe we'll hop on in.
Yeah. All right. Let's go watch a play in the meantime. I'll miss my 1 gold.
you are able to leave this area. Keep it in mind for tomorrow's ventures. As you guys, I guess, where are you headed? Are you headed to the Castle and Caskin to get grub, or are you going to Brazen Bold to eat at the tavern and see the play?
The second.
I think we should try the Brazen Bold to compare, see who has got better food.
Agreed.
Perfect. And you guys were able to have a very simple breakfast stew in the morning at Castle and Caskin before you guys headed out for the day. But Brazen Bold is westward in the residentials, kind of starting to get near the docks. A very maybe a bit more rambunctious, boisterous part of town, where people are certainly trying less to seem refined or conduct business. There's just like a lot of crate hauling, unloading cargo from nearby the ship port, or just people just generally starting to really get lively now in the evening in all the pubs and taverns and meaderies nearby. There is, you are able to make your way to the Brazen Bold, and we started at 10. Do we want to take a small bio break there?
Yeah, I need a snack break.
Okay, perfect.
Roulette,
Let's take a little
give
bit
me
of a
my ring
break.
back.
I might want 5 to 10 minutes or so, but I'll be back here. Okay,
Sweet.
peace.
Roulette, give me my ring back.
No. I'll give it back.
Why'd you have the ring?
He
Because
handed
I
it to me.
gave it to him. Oh.
You. Of those with happy feet. Wombly Combly. I don't believe that's Falco. It couldn't be Falco. Oh, well, cheerio, my goodness. Quite impressive. Good heavens. Wombly Combly. Wombly Combly. Well, my friend, I have never in my life. Ricky is up next on BBC2 with lot.
Ooh. I like how in Roll20 I'm a level 1 human fighter. Like the character sheet we don't use
Oh,
in
yeah.
Roll20.
That's funny.
I should have known you weren't a human.
It's the classic misdirect.
The night vision should have gave it away. Didn't pick up on that.
There was that
The healing.
The Dryad dealt necrotic damage, and I never got hit by it. And I was like, if I gotten hit by that and said, "Oh, you take 4 damage," oh well, I take 2. That also would have been
The healing, because there's nothing that gets native healing besides a paladin,
right.
right?
Yeah. Healing hands, lay on hands, and then just actual healing spells.
Yeah. So then that would have. I'm mad about that. Should have picked up on it sooner. Because I was thinking, like, what's your second feat then? Because there's no way you would have picked a regular human. You would have gone variant human for 2 feats. And we knew observant.
That it's always funny looking at my character sheet and seeing the 20 passive perception.
Yeah. It's pretty nice. Mine's like an 11.
Yeah, also knowing the light cantrip, the celestial.
Well, the light cantrip could have been
a lot of things.
Yeah. Celestial could have came from like a bunch of things. Because you've mentioned that you've had dark vision before, and I don't know how we didn't pick up on that.
Yeah, that was as we entered the Elven ruins at first before like lighting torches.
Maybe it was then. But for sure in the cavern, you said it.
Mm-hmm.
Good job hiding it though.
Oh, he's so cool. And he's got
the mini.
Yeah, he's got my little my black anti-light candles at the base. If it would stop focusing on me.
Are we gonna find out what those are for eventually?
I'm looking forward to trying to use it in an appropriate situation.
Gotcha. I brought out my got my minis with me. I've got 2 extra ones. I've got an enemy for Jiri, Winter Wolf, and then I have my druid I play in a different campaign.
Turtle, that's so cool. Yeah. I love anytime a turtle comes up. Like in watching Critical Role, there's a turtle who's a recurring character, and he's great. He's got like pipes coming out of his shell that like emit steam and stuff.
Just having a natural 17 AC is just so nice for like a druid or any spellcaster.
Oh, damn. Do all? No, clearly not. I was about to say, do all cleric domains have Revivify as one of their always prepared spells?
No, they all have unique ones, I'm pretty sure.
Life domain has it. Grave domain has it.
Although what sucks about the life domain is that now that the peace domain is a thing, it's like they were a better healer than the life domain, so it kind of like killed that subclass. Because of power creep. They always have to make things even more powerful.
Yeah.
When they eventually, I guarantee they'll make a new Critical Role book for like this new campaign with like all the new subclasses that they're homebrewing, I guess. And I bet you they'll all be overpowered. Because that one, the barbarian subclass, seems like it's crazy powerful.
Yeah, I am so interested. He has 4 different types of rages he can do.
Yeah, which is like, okay, like give a barbarian like everything at level 1. I don't know how they're gonna like even that out.
Yeah, I don't even know how they're going to even it out, man.
He doesn't even get us, man.
I don't think he gets us, man. I watched that episode like a week ago, actually.
So good.
All right, grabbing my drinks, and then I'm ready.
I will briefly fill up my water. It'll take a second.
One thing about that barbarian stuff that he does, I think it is random. If I understood part of it correctly, because I think he rolls like a D4 or something to pick what
For like a damage type.
No, I don't know. It's like when
Are we talking Ashton?
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
whenever he rages, he rolls a die. I don't know what the specific thing is, but I thought it was like it picks what like effect his rage has.
He's such a freaking cool visual character design.
Oh yeah.
We are facing nothing less than the collapse of the living.
Ready, Freddy.
Alrighty.
Our characters are literally eating right now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having dinner.
After making your way to the Brazen Bold Tavern, you can kind of acquire dinner there for, I guess there's various prices and things for dinner. You could get like a bread bowl stew, some Parmesan encrusted turkey legs, soups or wild boar ribs. There's various stuff, but depending on what you're willing to buy, it'll probably cost each of you like 3 or 4 silver.
Fancy.
But you're all able to get some ale and some dinner. Now 100 copper poorer after your investigation to find a hidden entrance into the sewer systems that was seemingly repurposed by someone to allow for quick entrances, but not exits, or maybe not as quick exits. But you make your way to the Brazen Bold Tavern, and very lively in here. Think very Irish pub vibes. Lots of boisterous drinking and arm wrestling and all sorts of stuff going on. And excuse me. And the playbill for Kings A-Killin', the play they promised for tonight, is about to start. And you guys are all left to kind of mingle amongst yourselves in conversation until it starts.
Is there like a theater area that we're supposed to go to, or
just in a general space of the bar, there is an elevated wooden platform that supposedly some theater troupe members are going to perform on. And until then, there's ambient music being played in the background by a local band. Some bards singing and playing flute instruments.
Jerry, I thought you said it was the Battling Burglars was the play.
Oh, I must have gotten it wrong. I couldn't remember the title, even though it was written down on the bill.
what do our tickets say?
Well, no one actually checked them, now that I'm recalling as we entered.
Yeah, where are the tickets?
Here. And I give you 4 pieces of a ripped handkerchief that has written on it the name of the play. I guess I wrote the wrong name of the play down.
Yes. Wait, these are tickets. Someone checks you at the door. No, you can't get in. These are tickets to a different play. Sorry. But no, you hand out your custom homemade tickets, and they're beautiful, if incorrect.
I've never seen a ticket before, so I accept it.
You just keep it as a memento. You like hold on to it, and then you'll just remember the time we went to this play every time you look at it.
DM, can you add that to the inventory, please?
Yeah, sure.
Shit. Jiri, I'm not sure if you mentioned this. How did you hear about this play? And not that I'm against a night of relaxation and entertainment after the adventure in the mines, but how'd you hear about this play?
Well, I was actually halfway through that story, but then we got robbed by that robber. I was telling Telperion. Well, I was about to tell him that Moby brought it to me at nighttime.
Oh. Brought you... Oh, okay. Interesting. Okay.
Jerry, what kind of things have you brought to yourself at night before? Let's just pretend it wasn't Moby. You summoned a bottle, you summoned your pack, you summoned a playbill.
Boots.
Anything else?
Blueberries.
Jiri, in the back of your head, you hear a voice say, "Yes, I suppose I have been a little bit too eager to take care of your things."
Did you guys hear that?
Hear what?
That was weird.
Roulette pack like touches the pack. She goes, "No, I still have the sending stone."
Oh, that was strange. Something just spoke and I heard it, but it was like in my head. Weird. Anyways, there was blueberries one time when I was really hungry. One time I needed a Band-Aid, or no, a bandage.
Did you just get the wolves in your head?
The wolves?
Yeah.
No.
So it wasn't the curse that spoke to you?
No. It was a different voice. I know the Mad Wolf's voice.
Quick aside, speaking of that, I know Toby knows this because he was with me. Remember that communication stone we found down in the mines? I had it on me earlier, and a voice came through. Someone looking for someone named Oscar, asking about why his squad was late, and I'm assuming this is someone who works for M or something, but definitely, I'd say a problematic individual.
I looked on the inside of the cloak. Does it say Oscar?
The armor?
No,
on the inside of your cloak does not indicate a name.
It's in backwards.
Just a simple high thread count silken shawl.
With laundering instructions.
Roulette, with your knowledge
Do
of magic
not
items,
put in dryer.
Yeah.
With your knowledge of magic items, do you think that the other stone is somewhere in this city? Is that why we can hear it?
I don't necessarily know it's in the city. I think these things work over pretty far distances. They're likely not back in Jolland or in some other plane of existence, but they might be in the city. I don't know. I'm not sure.
What did the voice ask for from Oscar?
Oh, DM, I remember.
Wasn't
I think he was just like, "Why are you late?" Essentially.
Yes, it essentially was, give a report. I haven't heard from you.
You better have a good explanation.
Next time. I was going to say, next time it tries to contact you, I could always pretend to be that guy.
I like that idea, Jerry, but we don't know anything about Oscar. What if you pretended to be Balan? And you
that's what I meant.
You could say Oscar fell, and you have the stone, and you're awaiting more instructions.
I'm pretty good at mimicking other people's voices, so I can pretend to be Balant.
I was going to say, not even the next time they contact. Before the night's out, I think we should, if we're looking to pull these threads a bit more, which I personally am, because I think this is a bit more of the Durastian incursion topic that the Queen would likely be interested in. I'd say we should send a response tonight, and we could be as cryptic as we want, but I do think we should send something back to, I don't know. try and get some more information.
And just to confirm the function, you received a message and you could have telepathically responded, but you also know that part of the stone, you absolutely can send a message unprompted once per day.
Once per day. Okay, perfect.
Which they can immediately telepathically respond to.
Gotcha.
Oh, it's telepathically? I wouldn't be able to speak into it?
Oh. It couldn't hurt to try, because what else are we going to do with it?
Hold on.
It does. Yeah, the function of the spell is telepathic, but it does carry with it the voice of the creator. So you could maybe convincingly get the voice in your head and emphasize that when in your response. You may be able to pull that off.
I can imagine his whiny voice as we speak.
In here, give me the book back.
Where's my ledger? Yeah.
Exactly.
It's not quite Declan Angard, but
yeah,
close.
Yeah, Jerry, it's the basis of the whole device is telepathy.
Here we go. I apologize. Function of the spell. You can speak into it. They hear it telepathically. So it can be a verbal communication, but it is only reaches into the mind of the receiver. So you can verbally send the message.
Well, let's write a script, and I know exactly what to say.
Did you say you do know what exactly to
No,
say? Or,
we will write a script together.
I think we should. So, goal of this message. How much time do we have before showtime, waitress?
Looks like people are starting. Waitresses are kind of, and waiters are kind of guiding people to their seats loosely, intermittently, saying it's going to start soon. So a couple minutes.
Okay. We can definitely send a message after the show, but I think the goal of it, we want to get more information. I'd say you could pretend to be Balan because he was definitely in on whatever was happening. Is there any specific piece of information we want, like a location or a person?
I think we're trying to leave it open-ended. So in my head, I'm thinking Oscar is indisposed. This is Balan, the foreman of the mine, awaiting further instruction. Maybe
because we can't assume Balan has any command over the situation. So we can't say, give us answers. We have to say, what would you like from us? And then we might get some answers. So we could say there was a rockfall and Oscar died. I have his sending stone awaiting further instructions about the next contingent. So we could literally trap some Ostennis soldiers this way. I said Ostennis, but
Durastian.
Cool.
So I think.
Yep.
I was just gonna say we can mull it over a bit during intermission or later tonight, but I think definitely think that's what we want to send back.
So as you guys continue to just minimal conversation and putting together some thoughts on what that message may look like, a few torches are extinguished so that only less are the lights are not dimmed.
They go on and off.
the lights are not dimmed, but a couple are extinguished to set a lower light atmosphere for this play. And then more are lit around the front central area to light that space better. But they begin, it is a troupe of half-elven bards that put on a rendition of King's Achillen, which is a lively rendition of the war, an enhanced for theatrical purposes rendition of the War of the Broken Blades, the battle from some 600 years ago or so, where Septellus was taken by Durast and changed hands from Creation territory to Durastian territory. It goes over how King Arthur Pendleton of Creatia and his second cousin, King Samwise Nathandrel of Durast, killed each other simultaneously, epically, in the halls of Rubinex in Septellus. But it is just a dramatic, epic tale. Just very lively and engaging, and the performers are pretty good.
Oh, you guys think that's why both cities are still on the Queen's sigil? Because Ostennis, or no?
No, you're absolutely right. The kind of the emblem you had seen on creation coins, the emblem of Creatia, is kind of loosely in the form of an A, two towers representing the palaces of Ostennis and Septellus. Although Septellus is not a capital and Ostennis is, those two twin towers, as it were, with the bisecting bridge between them. But the play continues. You guys are able to just enjoy the entertainment. And actually, we'll get to intermission first. So there will be an intermission period where you guys are, the troops all need to get some additional water, kind of refresh for a bit. But you guys can continue to conversate during a 5 or so minute intermission if you wish.
How is so vibrant?
Jiri, one quick thing for that sending stone. This sending stone, you have to keep that message short. Don't forget.
Okay, well, we should write it out first.
We should. Yeah.
That way I stay on script.
I'm already penciling out. How long do we get? Do you know, Roulette?
About 25 words.
I can't believe the lead singer's voice. It was so elegant.
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. Talpiran, he had a lovely voice.
Did you see those costumes too? The color was wonderful. So many.
Exquisite. We should ask them if we can have a set of their clothes for free.
You're good at asking for things that you don't deserve. I encourage you to try.
That should be 24 words.
Jerry thinks about that for a second and is considering if that's an insult or not.
Let me know what he decides.
He decides you meant well, and he decides.
I was going to say that blunt delivery is like something that so could have not seemed offensive to Telperion, but absolutely could have been to a normal person. But you guys continue. Tobirama perhaps is helping Roulette and
jot
Jiri
down on a napkin,
put together some version of a response. But as people start gathering back to their seats, as the play starts to pick up again for its kind of second half, a chair scoots. You hear this scooting of a wooden chair against the ground and plops up next to you as a half-elven gentleman in a dark, beautiful green forest cloak kind of sits next to you and perches on you. Hello, comrades. Fancy the night's entertainment. You look familiar, but I can't quite place it. Have I seen you before?
Yes, I think we passed you on the road.
That was it. I saw you traveling on horseback. That is right. It's fancy seeing you all here. I'm glad you've made it to the capital. Have you been enjoying the festivities so far?
It's incredible.
Was this the part that was mean to us, or the nice one?
This is the one who.
This was not a bard. This is not a bard. It was a caravan of carts passed you guys, and there was an individual perched on the back lip of a curb, and someone caught a glint of a ruby ring on his finger, and he had dark, beautiful green cloaks over him, and he had a wide-brimmed straw hat and scraggly but well-groomed black curly hair that kind of comes into shoulder length and waves and curls, and a very trimmed goatee, but rather attractive half-elven figure that had seen you on the road and kind of gave you a tip of the cap and a wink as you guys passed on.
We all remember
that
him.
Road. Do you remember him? Toby Ramen clearly did.
I think it was just me and Toby who saw. If I remember
I think everyone saw him. I think it was you and Toby that caught the glint of a very fine ring on his finger.
I want to hold out
and a platinum necklace.
I thought you were actually heading east. I'm surprised to see you back here. I
was. This was not 2 days ago's time, perhaps. I was doing a bit of a favor for some friends. I'm a bit in the acquisitions business, I suppose. I track down objects of value and for individuals or organizations and the like.
Before the conversation goes too far, because I want to do this as a greeting, I want to say "Make Gavonen," and I want to hold out my glass of wine. Do they have Elvish wine? I would have asked for that.
Yes, they can absolutely have given you some wine, maybe not Elvish specifically, but some good wine. He has a mug of ale in his hand and will gently clink yours and greet you with an Elvish phrase of "Welcome to our city."
From the Emerald Forest where I'm from, you actually would drink from my glass if you feel welcome. You don't have to. I'll say that in Elvish too.
I appreciate the candor of different cultural values. Let's exchange. And he will take a sip of your wine and give you a sip of his ale, which is good. A nice dark amber ale. But he will just be, so what brings you to the city, travelers?
Oh, a number of things. We're from a little hodunk town further east of here called Force Hollow. Just here on some business on their behalf.
My apologies. I've never been, but I hear it's great.
Oh, darn.
This is a good night of entertainment, but I don't know if you're all interested. There is other entertainment in the city that may spike the adrenaline a bit more than your average theater troupe. If you're interested, I'll be partaking later tonight. But
hold up, friend.
No pressure.
Can we get your name? I don't even know who you are.
Apologies, friend. I'm Damien Hart. Who do I have the honor of addressing?
Well, I'm Jerry. Jerry. You're of Jarlin, Gingenacy.
Yeah.
Wonderful to make your acquaintance. How about you, friend?
I'm Toby Rama. Nice to meet you.
Toby Rama. I won't forget it. How about you, lass?
Roulette Tinkerton. And this is Alfie. I feel like I'm sitting on Alfie.
What, if you don't mind my asking, what is that thing?
It's a...
Oh, we just lost audio. Shit.
It's like a medicine ball, or like what are those like?
Yeah, it's totally like a medicine. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like a big medicine, like one of those like things that some people are like, oh, I sit on them because it's better for your core.
Are we back?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Bit of a runic science experiment. I'll introduce him later.
Fascinating. Looks a bit evocation. Maybe some heavy enchantment in there. He's just looking at the runes and very quickly assessing their function and form. Seemingly proficient in some version of arcane knowledge. Anyway, Telperion. You're of the... I forget the... my apologies. I forget the official name. Mooncrest, though, correct?
Yes, Ithalinge.
I've never met one of your kind. What brings you out to the forest?
Things get a bit stale in Nimberthil, among the Nimberthil from time to time, so every once in a while we go out and search.
Understood. Fair enough. Well, certainly our capital is a good antidote for stale. Plenty of entertainment to enjoy. Well, I know of a community that gathers at a local watering hole in town. He kind of surveys each of your faces carefully. It's not all particularly above board, but maybe not quite illegal either. You've all caught my interest, so you should proceed to the Purse and Paw later tonight. It's a public house and tavern in the Western Commercials. If you're interested in the night's entertainment, I suggest handing a single gold coin per patron, of course, to Jenwick, the barkeep. Tell him you want to open a tab in your name, and that you'd like to keep it open in case the night gets exciting. But how have you fared here in town? Can't have been more than 2 days or so.
Lost a little bit of our purse today in the southern district. But other than that...
Make your way to Ensarclement.
Yes, but I actually mean Jiri here is robbed.
Oh, no. Shit. Shite.
It wasn't too much, but we're kind of curious about where the thefts might have gone.
Yes.
He did seem
Interesting.
to sort of vanish. We thought we almost had him cornered. But what you got?
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. If you, I suppose, don't hang out in that part of town for too long if you don't want to have a repeat occurrence, but understandable that you wouldn't know that at the time. But
And we did
Anyway.
make our way to ensorcement as well.
that's great to hear. Gene's a friend. I've done some work for him over the past few years. That, and in addition to my work, acquiring items throughout the continent occasionally. I'm a bit of a diviner, you see. I can usually have more success finding unique items of value to different cultures and individuals and organizations. So sometimes if you're good at something, don't do it for free. So
What
make
kind
some
of
good coin.
items can you find specifically?
Well, usually magical artifacts, the various rarity. For example, when you caught me in that band of carts traveling the Eventide 2 days ago, I was journeying southward to Austin Rose. Bit of a small town, not much to speak of there. Couldn't wait to get back to the city, honestly. But I spent 2 days there helping them investigate a local wooded cave that had a bit of an otyugh problem. Do you know what an otyugh is?
No.
Foul creatures. They hole up in caves and bury themselves in the dirt, and they lash out at anything near them and just try and gather materials. Someone had lost a prized family heirloom, so I helped them acquire it for a price, of course. But as soon as I was done there, simply made it back here in a snap of a finger, and I only just arrived a few hours ago, actually.
Do you ever find that you have too much work to do? Like, as in, you don't get to all of your items that you're looking for?
I suppose there's no shortage of work for sure, but I think my thing is I'm fairly selective about the jobs I agree to. I charge fair amounts of coin for the privilege of my services, so I can be rather selective of what I do and don't agree to.
So give me a rough ballpark estimate for your prices.
Well, for that ring, for example, a couple days travel back wasn't an issue necessarily. I charged 2,000 for that trip.
Well, friend, you must make good money then.
Oh, that was a quick journey too. I've fared quite far in this continent of ours, even making my way through Belladonna, Durast, even a bit of Valara. Never made it to Chimeras though, but that is on my list. I want to see the wildlands.
We found some
Yes.
artifacts that no one has been able to help us with.
Interesting. Like what? You've piqued my interest.
I want to take out the scroll that I had taken from Toby, and I want to show him this. And I was like, we found this in a somewhat undiscovered elvish ruin. It seems like a simple scroll of protection from poison, but I have the sense that there's more behind it than that.
Do you mind? And
Please.
he'll reach out his hand and take it, unfurl it, kind of rub his fingers over the parchment. He'll tilt his head, not muttering an incantation or any verbal effects at all, and his eyes flash green for just a moment, and he studies the scroll. Seemingly he could already understand Elvish, but to perhaps get an additional sense of what this the scroll carries. It seems, I admit, there is something unique about it a bit. Seems fairly standard as far as spell scrolls go, although the parchment seems quite old. Looks like it is well preserved, but it is still not a parchment I'm familiar with. The runic enchantment on here is fairly odd. It seems functional as a standard spell, but some of the language is a bit unique, I suppose. An older form of Elvish, if you will. Still still legible. Just odd, archaic language.
And yes, actually, and then another thing, Toby reaches into his not his coin purse, but into his pouch, and he's got a little small spot where he keeps this. Reaches out and pulls out a platinum piece, and there's some insignia on it. And I'll say, have you ever come across this symbol before? And it's a bright
you're handing him
dawn with these big wings.
a sunburst of wings with that looks like a bright sun, a central circle with a fanning of wings that kind of represent both potentially like angelic wings, but also like a sunburst.
Have we seen this before?
No.
Oh.
You have not seen this item that Tobirama pulled out, but Roulette, you immediately understand the insignia on it, as does Damien Hart. What do you mean? What are you showing me here? It seems to be a standard Belladonian coin, platinum no less, so that's valuable, but that's simply the insignia of Belladonia.
Okay.
Auroras, specifically.
That would make sense. I haven't been there myself. I found this coin and was confused by the different inscription on it.
Yes. Certainly valuable. I don't mean to diminish its value, but nothing arcane seems to scream at me from this.
Of course.
Is it of any sentimental value?
Quite a bit. I've held on to it for a number of years. You know, I've never known what it was, if it was symbolizing anything grander.
Understood. Well, I don't mean to pry. I merely, I apologize. I don't see anything quite unique about it. But valuable, certainly.
And you said you'd be partaking in the entertainment tonight?
Yes, I'll be there. I don't know that you've probably met the fellow, but the Queen's Noon himself usually makes an appearance there too.
Magnus, yes.
Oh, you've met the man.
Indeed.
He's a curious sort. If you don't mind me asking, in what manner did you meet him?
Business.
We had a meeting with the Queen upon our arrival on behalf of, like I said, our town.
Straight to business when you arrived in the city. Impressive.
Mr. Hart.
Well, I know the man well.
I was going to ask you, what do you find interesting about him? Because to us, he kind of just seemed like he was all business.
Yes, he certainly comes off that way. I can't say I'm very close with the man. He is quite busy and amuses himself with some of the shadier entertainment the city has to offer, which, no judgment for me, I enjoy it just as much. But he's an odd fellow, quite proficient at his job, wildly intelligent, perhaps even more than I. But compared to the Queen's Dawn, he's at least interesting conversation, at least.
Well, you said
I don't know if you've met the Dawn, but she's general of the troops, the Creation Army. And the Queen also, I don't know if you're familiar. I don't mean to assume a lack of knowledge, but if you've just arrived in the city, the Queen usually has a dawn, a noon, and a dusk. The dusk's identity is usually shrouded in a bit more mysteries, because who knows what the Queen whatever monarch is ruling Ostennis may give them various jobs, but the noon is generally a high-ranking officer in the palace that tends to court and coin, whereas the dawn is typically the commander of the general army.
So they'll both be there today, or just one of them?
No, I apologize. Just the noon, Magnus. I don't even know that he'll be there, but he frequents the place. But anyway,
we don't judge. Each to each their own. That's our kind of motto. But what kind of mischief does this noon like to get into? That way we know, and we can be prepared.
Sure. I've seen him around at various bars and other entertainment venues, some more promiscuous than others. But I don't know. What do you want to know about the man? I don't know him intimately well.
You're promiscuous then.
When I fancy.
I didn't hear what you said.
He just says, when I fancy.
Oh, yeah.
He kind of looks you up and down real quick. But anyway, it was wonderful to meet you all. I don't mean to keep you from the night's entertainment, but thank you for the conversation. If you ever find yourself aimlessly wandering about the west side of the commercials, feel free to visit my abode at the Hart residence. His eyes kind of flicker to each of you, gives you a nod, and is going to stand up and go to wherever else he may have been enjoying the night's entertainment.
Our residence
Yeah.
in the Western District.
Western residentials.
Yep.
We jot down his address.
He does not give one, but it is notable that he said a residence in the commercials, which so far you've seen like maybe shopkeepers and stuff have. He just refers to the commercial district as the commercials. But so far you've kind of seen very few residential abodes in the commercial district. It's very primarily shopkeepers and storefronts and stuff, other than potential living abodes above those shops and such, but definitely doesn't strike you as maybe a simple residential house if it's in the commercial district. But he will leave your company and allow you to finish out the remainder of the. Whoa!
Anybody get
that was so weird.
Of the play.
Yeah, holy moly, my brain. Yeah, I sure did.
Anybody get a good read on that guy? Did he seem trustworthy?
You can all make an insight check just to get a general sense of the guy.
And 6.
$18, 5. Telperion, you were 6.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Natural 20. Toby Rama, Jajiri and Telperion, maybe you're just like, I don't want to put thoughts in your head, but maybe you're just like interested in the interaction and are just like thinking about him and not analyzing necessarily very quickly.
Can I say why I got a 6? I'd say, no, but I'd have sex with him.
He's a rather attractive half-elf. Of note, Telperion, you would probably notice wood half-elf. Like there was a slight twinge of olive-colored skin to him that kind of suggested wood elf ancestry.
He had sticks in his hair.
He did not have sticks in his hair. But Toby Rama, with a fairly good read on people generally, you're good at sussing out people's kind of demeanor and tension. He seemed legitimately interested in you all and wanted you to partake in whatever entertainment was available at the Person Paw. But otherwise, nothing of shady intent other than the fact that he's interested in maybe above board entertainment that maybe is like frowned upon by guards, but maybe not illegal directly. But maybe no judgment in that. Roulette, you got a very quick read of this guy. The second he glanced at Alfie and was able to put together runic understanding without any hint of spellcasting or otherwise, that dude was significantly proficient in arcane understanding. Very impressively so. To be able to glance at runes and be like, oh, that's that. Interesting. Like, you're like, whoa, that dude knows what he's looking at. Not that he had seen the construct before, but just the nature of runic language and kind of arcane understanding really struck you immediately that, oh, that's of note.
Gotcha. Act 2.
Yep, the rest of the play unfurls, ending in a climactic moment of two kings in a hall, two second cousins kings stabbing each other through the heart in a very intense moment within a hall, which ended that clash of that war, and the rest of the Durastian army was able to overtake the city of Septellus, bring it into Durastian control, while the rest of the Creation army kind of lost morale with the king's death. But both monarchs had to be replaced in the near interim with additional rulers. But that was some 600 years ago, both human kings.
Oh, this wasn't recent.
No, this was 600 years ago and told the tale of roughly an exaggerated version of how Septellus came under Durastian control.
Who's sitting next to Jiri?
Various patrons, maybe a half-orc gentleman next to you.
Okay, I'm gonna grab that guy's arm throughout the whole play and just like squeeze it like every major moment.
He'll like at first kind of almost irritated with you, like, why is this dude grabbing you? But by the end of the play, he's like, hooked in, like you guys are leaning into like near each other. Like it's a very compelling play that really draws in the audience, and so he appreciates the attention you're giving it, as he does as well.
Big round of applause when it's over.
Yep. It concludes, and people have variously tossed coins out onto the stage throughout the play and such. No tomatoes were thrown. It was quite good. But otherwise, the troupe will kind of make their leave, and the rest of the night's bar activities can continue.
To the person, Paul. Right.
You guys all want to get up and go to the person, Paul?
Yeah, let's get rowdy.
Sure.
Noticeably, Damien Hart is not there when the play concludes and the bar starts to clear out a little bit. You don't see him anywhere in sight, but you are absolutely able to make it to the person, Paul. I will make that visible to you guys now, because Damien would have given you a rough direction of where it was. Southwestern in the residentials, kind of skirting pretty close to the exterior wall, but a very simple tavern. But it is surrounded with a cluster of buildings that you're not sure their purpose, if they're residences or otherwise. But very simple wooden tavern. Half-orc gentleman keeps the bar and welcomes you in when you come in.
As we're walking there, I'll start talking to Roulette, and I'll, you're from Belladonia, right?
Born and raised in West End of Belladonia, Storm's Edge, yeah.
And he said that this coin is just
in West Belladonia, born and raised.
Oh my god, I thought you were going to be fucking Damien Hart behind us.
No, I was like, he cannot have another NPC this session.
He said that this was just a standard Belladonian platinum piece.
DM, it's just a.
It looks. Yep, it is a simple platinum coin that is imprinted with the insignia of kind of known Auroris, specifically the capital of Belladonia, but in general, probably the most frequently used coin insignia in Belladonian currency exchange. Just lost audio. Shit.
No.
The standard Belladonian coin. It's minted out in Auroris, all the way over on the other side of the continent.
That is interesting. I've had this since I was born, I think.
You were up from like northern Durastian territory, weren't you?
Yeah, Cliffshade, but actually why I left, my parents told me that I actually wasn't their son. And
interesting.
They found me on their doorstep with this coin as a babe. So I'm now very confused why Belladonia.
That's interesting. I can take a look at it to see. These coins don't really come with any sort of a unique identifier beyond, hey, this was minted in Auroris.
Just, do you know why that's the insignia of the capital?
Do I know why?
You would not specifically know. Even if you were well educated by your dad and your parents in Storm's Edge, no specific reason why the other than the fact that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, which Ostennis clearly tries to grab with their insignia of the setting sun beneath the bridge. This could certainly indicate a sunrise, like a morning sun burst, but reason for wings specifically is uncertain.
Yeah, I never actually made my way to the capital. We're out in the boonies, well away from the capital, so not sure on the historical significance of whatever is on that coin.
Sure. Okay, just curious. Oh look, it's the person, the paw.
Perfect. Yeah, you guys roll up to it. It's very unassuming front. Simple white painted letters on a large board out front that says the purse and paw. You guys are welcome to go in. Simple glass windows, not stained glass like many of the commercial district, and even the Brazen Bold Tavern had some stained glass. Really a prominent feature throughout the whole city, but none of that at the Purse and Paw specifically. But you walk in, very meager, simple tavern pub that is noticeably less decorated and less populated than Brazen Bold.
Oh, Brazen Bold's where the play was. Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
But there are various patrons sitting in bars and booths around, maybe 24 people here, but is just still less busy than the Brazen Bold.
We go up to the bar and ask for John Wick.
Yeah, that's me, all right.
Yay!
Half-orc gentleman.
We were looking to, open a tab. Maybe keep it open in case the night gets exciting.
1 gold each.
4 tabs, please.
You bet. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to wipe down those tables out there in the front. I got a clean table in back. And so he'll hold out his hand for 4 gold coins, which upon giving those, he's like, all right, around back. He'll open a door to kind of the back half of the bar, and there's no one in there. There's also no tables back there. He goes to a corner of the room, presses a false back wooden panel that slides over to a stone staircase that leads down to some version of basement. And he nods at you guys and says, enjoy the festivities.
Good evening to you.
And so as you guys walk down, he will shut the door behind you, and I will move.
Aren't festivals usually outside under the moon?
He said festivities. It's general enjoyment, merriment. Could be anywhere.
Merriment. Oh, I know merriment.
But as you guys proceed down this stone staircase, it leads to a wider even than the bar you just came from, a hollowed out stone cavern, subterranean below this bar, with various wooden tables and patrons and a large fighting pit in the middle of the bar where right now a dwarven lady and an elvish gentleman are just slugging each other. What you notice is one of them's fists are glowing and the other one is moving with supernatural speed, but only fists. No weapons are being used in this battle. But you have made your way to the Purse and Paw's prize entertainment enjoyed by some in the city of Arcane Fight Club, essentially.
Can we tell
Shall we
if
peruse?
the fists are like blunted, or is it like still every time they hit each other like maximum like blood, broken noses?
There's serious brawl going on here. It is the dwarven woman has a bloody nose. The elvish gentleman is black and blue all over, and they're dexterously fighting like they're competent fighters. But every time the elf with the shining fists is smashing the other one in the face, there's small little wisps of light that kind of dissipate into the air, and then the dwarvish woman is kind of dodging and stuff a little supernaturally quickly. So seems they have bolstered themselves with some version of arcane enchantment, whether self-provided or elsewise provided, who knows, but there are no swords, knives, weapons being used.
Just pretty quick gut split second decision. Toby sees a fighting pit, and I'll shimmy up to Telpiran and go, Telpiran, toss on this ring, and I'll hand him a platinum ring.
Interesting.
And as I do that, I'll cast aid on the 3 others than myself, and y'all get +5 to your max HP.
Wonderful. How do you emulate that in this?
I think there is a section for that, but I forget.
If
Oh,
you
there's a
override max
just
HP.
click on it.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Don't override your max HP.
Yep. I just did that.
I was right. I was making 5 temp HP for now. Cool.
It can be healed is the
Yeah.
distinguishing.
Keep that in mind. Oh,
Max HP modifier.
just make that 30. Oh,
bottom left.
look at that.
Well, you have to get rid of the override.
Roulette and I, maybe we did some sewing during intermission as well, or maybe on
Sure.
our way where we were walking.
There's time in the day. Did you want her to kind of custom do that segmenting of pockets and stuff to segment your air essentially?
Yes, please. I'll help because
yeah,
I have a kit as well.
There's time to do that if Roulette wanted to do that at some point.
You could say over lunch we did it or something.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Give me a general.
So wait, Critter, before you ask for a specific role,
yes.
I was going to say something. So what I was going to do before going to bed, using a new level 3 feature that I have, right tool for the job, I was going to sit with my Tinker's tools and basically take out some of the steel wire, some of my other tools, and I was going to create a set of Weaver's tools, which I don't have proficiency in, but I am going to have a set of Weaver's tools that I was going to use in my, in addition to my Tinker's tools to putz with his tabby.
Okay.
We can always wait until nighttime as well.
Well, this can totally have happened earlier in the day. With the creation of the Weaver's tools, which will essentially allow you to make this check, you're not proficient with them, but you are an intelligent person. So give me a general intelligence check. This will be free of any proficiency bonus, but...
Well, hold on. Can I also add that Jerry would assist because I am proficient with Weaver's tools.
That's true. Okay, so go ahead and... Jiri, go ahead and roll...
or I'm going to assist. I'm going to help Roulette.
Okay, so I'll give you a +2 to your roll, Roulette, essentially getting Jiri's proficiency bonus. For a 15, you can absolutely do a competent job of sewing up certain pockets. And if this is, for example, like a 2-ply tabby or cloak or whatever, you can sew certain pockets together to section off pockets where air could not flow into other pockets, and you're able to achieve this desired effect, Jiri.
Excellent. Now
so that when you're injured so that it won't all deflate every time there's a tear. Yeah.
We'll be much stronger now.
It looks real good on you.
So you guys are all able to proceed into this subterranean cavern to partake in the night's festivities or not, or just watch. Or
is Damien anywhere visible?
Damien is not visible at this moment.
I do want to ask Toby what that ring did.
Invisible.
What does the ring do? Is it a surprise?
It's a surprise. I'm just gonna say I'm betting on you.
Okay.
Is Magnus, Noon of the High Queen, visible?
He is also not visible.
Is General Elise, Dawn of the High Queen?
No, she is not.
Here.
Nope, no one that you recognize here. But as soon as you guys kind of crest through this tunnel and into the main space, the main facilitator of the situation, Varric, will wave you over to his table.
Great name.
Carrot?
Varric, Varrick. But he's over here actually. But and he's handing out ale to general people from casks. There's no wine available, just ale. But hey, if you lot are interested in the night's entertainment, I can help you with drinks, and I also can help you place bets if you fancy.
How do we participate?
Well, you're welcome to sign up. Sign up sheets right here. We've got a couple sign ups already that some of them have frequented the place, so I've got a keen grasp on their aptitude, let's say. So I mean, I may be putting together different bets for different people. Like you could take a couple of our typical patrons looking at Telperion, a rather tall, bulky person. But you guys can essentially select who you think you will want to fight, potentially, if you want to fight, or you can just watch the entertainment. But there's essentially 4 names already on the sign-up list. It is Arlen Elmlock. You don't necessarily need to write these down. I'll refresh your memory. But Arlen Elmlock, Denrin Jacora, Reagan Tenebron, and Miorith Rosash, which is a rather unique name.
Are there, Mr. Varick, are there rules for this combat?
Only rule is don't bring weapons. Take yourselves, your fists in there. A lot of our patrons generally have some sort of arcane ability to buff themselves with, which is absolutely acceptable. Just don't bring your short swords and knives in there.
How do you win?
Knock the other motherfucker out.
That the only way to win?
I guess a submission would disqualify the loser, but lame.
Are shields allowed?
Shields? We don't have many bring shields in. You could bring a shield in. I don't see why not. You'd only have one fist to fight with, so there's that.
So Telperion thinks statistically when you punch, it's your strength +1, unless you have some bullshit.
It's usually 1 plus strength unless there's other factors.
And then you can punch as a bonus action.
Yes, you can put any character can punch as a bonus action, but you would not automatically get the modifier unless you have 2 or dual wielding feat or 2-handed fighting or some other thing
one.
that. Yes, it'd just be 1.
Okay, I would definitely take it a shield then.
Is this a one-on-one battle, or could we challenge those 4 at the same time to fight us 4?
Interesting. We've never had a 4-on-4, but I like the idea of it. We could institute something like that, but I'd say not tonight.
Well, I'll sign up.
All right. You look fairly bulky. All right, so we've got Arlen who signed up. He's a fairly bulky wood elf. He's a bit of a brawler. We've got Denrin Jacora over there, who he kind of glances toward, who's a blue dragonborn, very sturdy looking. There's a half-drow woman, Reagan, who's kind of sitting over there. And then there is Miorith Rosash, who is somewhere right behind you guys. And Arlen is this guy. But there's essentially shall we categorize it a little bit? It's a wood elf fighter, a dragonborn barbarian, a dark elf rogue, or a half-drow rogue, and a creature you've never seen before. This man has very shaggy hair pulled into a loose ponytail, looks very wild, more wild than a typical wood or wild elf. Almost seems like it has elvish features, but not really. The exaggerated ear tips and the kind of the slits in the pupil eyes. As he drinks swigs of his ale, you can see pointed teeth. This guy's like a person that has very feral characteristics.
Does Jerry react?
Well, are these
Jerry
feral?
react?
Are they wolf-like? Does he look
I would
like?
I would say he's more cat-like than wolf-like.
Then yeah.
But he's got like tattoos that kind of suggest stripes, if you will, dark green.
I'll take the last one.
All right, you'll go up against Miorith. He's never been in here, so I can't give you any insight into his capabilities. But with your size, I'll give you plus 120 odds. Which is fairly standard. If you bet 12 gold on Telperion and you won, you'll get your 10 plus another 12.
If I bet 10, I'll get.
If you bet 10, you will get your 10 back and another 12. You are getting plus 120.
Oh, I see. Okay. Do we bet with you then?
Do you want me to wrap your hands so that you don't hurt your knuckles? I've got 2 hand wraps that you could use.
Yeah, that'd be wonderful. Let me get ready with my friends, and then we'll place our bets.
That sounds good. Come back.
Yeah, I was debating using my shield, but if you think I should punch with both fists.
Oh, I don't know about both fists, but if you're going to punch with one fist, you could at least use one of the fist wraps.
Yeah, let's see that.
All right. And I'm going to wrap up his fist with my fist wrap.
What's that called? That's definitely called something. Someone that like wraps the fighter's hand. That's sick.
Wrap both in case I drop the shield.
Oh, you wrap both? Oh, okay. You're able to do that, knowing that it would take a little bit of time in combat to unstrap it as an action. Yeah. Okay. But you're able to do that. You can strap up both of your hands.
Oh, God, I'm so nervous.
Would anyone else like to participate?
Yeah, Jerry, did you want to fight yourself?
Yeah, I'll fight, but after you, I want to get my fist wraps back.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Any advice?
Mobility and reach.
I think you're gonna do good, Telperion.
All right.
And, I'll go over to Varric and I'll put down 20 gold on Telperion for his fight.
Wow. He is very eager to accept a newbie's bet so quickly. And you have given Telperion a platinum ring. Have you done anything else about that?
Nope.
Okay. Just making sure.
I'm going to go over and put 40 on myself.
Nice.
All right. I gotta start pulling stuff out real quick just to make sure. Okay.
Oh, God,
So we got
should be gambling.
Gamble a little.
But yeah,
we got 20, which stands to get back 44.
Right.
And then we've got 40, which stands to get back. Numbers are hard.
48. Right.
No, it should be 88.
Well, I'm thinking of on top of, so 40 and then
Yes.
48.
Yes. Yep. Okay. So those 2 wagers have been placed.
10 gold
All right.
on Telperion.
Okay. Amazing. I literally hadn't even considered that. I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, oh my God, someone take a dive. Oh shit.
Wait,
Okay,
there's
so you
like
stand to get 12 back.
I was going to bet 100. Is that too much, guys?
I think I'm going to win.
I'm
gonna-
very confident in Telperion.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Talperion's going to win. I'm going to bet 100.
Okay.
Actually, kind of
So
want to
you're
do
gonna
50.
you're gonna stand back to get 220.
I'm going to bet
Jerry,
50.
if your bet wins. You're gonna bet 50 instead of 40.
Yeah. So what I
you're
did is
gonna-
I'm just taking it. I'm just subtracting 50 from my goal.
You guys' audio
Okay.
just kicked out.
Plus 120 on 50 is, someone help me out here. My brain is farting.
112.
Yes, you're right.
50 plus 62.
Yeah,
Or 50
we're not
plus
gonna
60,
wrap.
just 100. 110.
110. That sounds right. Okay, cool.
All right.
So everyone do me a favor right now to simplify math later. Everyone remove the gold amount you just
Right.
bet.
Just
So Toby Rama, you bet 20, right? Telperion 50, Roulette 10, and Jiri 100. Go ahead and remove that from your inventory before we go into this brawl.
Jeez Louise. With how quickly Jiri this is just an out of game thought. With how quickly Jiri has taken to this group, I worry that he'll find a cooler adventuring group and leave us for them.
He's gonna
All
find
right.
another bogey.
Roll an insight.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna do it through here.
The elven man who was beating up the dwarven woman has just won, knocking her opponent to the ground, who is no longer moving, but is being carried off by another patron. Insight. So that is up to Jiri to give any exposition.
You might start to realize that Jiri might never have had friends before, and you might be like his first group of people that he's like ever bonded
That's
with.
what I was hoping for. I then went the cynical opposing idea of it.
All right, I go up to the ring. All right, we do our bets and then I get ready.
That person's actually going to go over there. Actually,
Oh,
there is a table back in the back that has some free chairs. But okay,
Yeah, but
so you guys place your bets. Varric will kind of facilitate the start of the next match, and it's going to be against Miorith.
So it does seem like Telperian's up next.
Yes. Varric will make that the case, having two people that have willingly kind of signed up, shall we say.
I want to check that real quick.
More nervous than I've been in a week.
I also don't know how long you guys want to go, but we could resolve this fight. We could go longer. We could stop it here. It's been 4 hours. It's been 4 hours. So I want you guys to lead the charge. I'm happy to get through this fight at least, and then we could pick up with 1 or 2 more later, or however you guys want to lead that charge.
We're doing good right now. We had our little lunch break. Yeah.
Okay, so let's make it through this one and then see where we're at, if everyone's cool with that.
Okay,
yeah.
I am specifically sitting in this spot that I'm in right now, because there was an empty chair, so I pulled it up. I'm gonna one hand under the table, one hand holding my ale. I'm gonna cast Warding Bond on Telperian and do the somatic components under the table and try and be a little hushed about the verbal components.
Make a sleight of hand check.
Yeah. I'm dexterous. Oh, I haven't even rolled yet, and now I'm sad because I see that big number. No.
You does it have a verbal component as well?
It does say it has a verbal component.
A nearby patron hears you subtly casting an incantation, sees you waving your hand, and he just goes, "That's all."
Okay. So it goes.
Seemingly an arcane fighting pit or arcane fight club that might not be off limits. That. Maybe even patrons cast stuff on the fighters mid battle. Possibly, you're not sure, but he didn't certainly bat an eye. He just chuckled with the fact that you were aiding or affecting one of the combatants.
I'll go ahead and do this so it gets rid of the thing.
Try.
Since I was trying to be subtle and I noticed that it didn't quite go as subtly as I thought, I will also just keep that in mind. All right, so Telperian, you have +1 to your AC.
Love it.
And all of your damage is halved, and I'm taking the other half of it.
Fuck yeah. That's so sick.
You both are about to go unconscious. That'd be funny.
My AC's 21 now.
Holy shit.
That's why I wanted you to keep your shield.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right. So you have 1 empty fist wrap hand for punching. Okay.
You also get that +1 to saving throws as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Feel free to jump on the front bench and watch your comrade too.
I'm giving Telperian a back rub, and then I'm gonna pour water into his mouth from the decanter to keep him hydrated. Maybe on top of his head.
His ring man.
Yeah,
chanting a little elvish hype up thing under my breath for myself.
Telperian, this is probably interesting for you because I don't know how the Clan Nimberthil or just in general Loonsong elves or Mooncrest elves at large entertain themselves, but this might be a bit of an experience for you to just be brawling in an underground arcane pit with various humanoids from a world you're fairly unfamiliar with.
Definitely a lot of new experiences.
Telperian, what is your HP with the aid?
33.
Okay, I just want to keep that in mind for myself.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Cool. All right.
I got my dice set up and I got my judge here, but do you want me to roll in? Is that okay if I?
Nope, that's totally fine. Roll in person. I love it. I will be definitely rolling in roll 20, but
the tower.
Oh man, I didn't update that guy's name, but that's fine. Okay, but anyway,
do you have a different picture to pull up for Mayorith of a?
I do not, but I could pull up a picture. I do envision he looks like Morim.
Gotcha.
Who?
But let me do a thing really quickly. Let me.
Does he look like Sabretooth from X-Men?
Ish. He's a little more slick and less gruff than that, but he still looks fucking like
feral,
wild.
Okay, my bad rolls out of the way. I just did 4 horrible rolls in a row, and then there's the 20. Now we're good.
This is stupid because it's coming.
Oh, I don't know.
This is unedited, but sorry, give me 30 seconds or so.
I had totally forgotten that this. Oh, yes.
Enter. Now I can throw it on there. And shove it in all of you guys' faces here in a second. This is what the shifter Meorith looks like.
Oh, nice.
He does not have a green tail, but he has like a loose bun pulled underneath a bandana of green hair and tattoos on his face that suggest like tiger stripes-esque.
Cool.
But he steps into the ring, like looking at you, but showing no emotion, just cracking his shoulders, kind of getting into stance. And then he'll say, sorry in advance, my fighting style is a little strange. And he'll strike up a pose. And I would like you both to roll initiative.
I'm going to roll initiative as well.
Okay.
I don't want to release this initiative roll. Okay. 10.
Wow, 2 21s. So he'll go first, but we don't necessarily need a track initiative on a tracker. We'll just roll with it.
I'm essentially last because I got 4.
I did not edit some of his character things, so I'm gonna. There's a +2 to his hit in addition to this, but I'm gonna roll. He's going to rush you and immediately try and lash out with a hit of 18, which misses. It says 16, but I haven't built in the extra +2. So it's 18 to hit, which just pounds against your shield and reverberates. And then as a bonus action, his features shift. And as he does his shift feature, his fangs grow all of a sudden, and he grabs you and tries to pull you in to bite your neck. Which you shrug off as a 14 still does not hit you. But he writes himself after that. Damn it. But it is your turn.
Okay. I'm gonna just for my action. Well, he moved to me, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
I mean, I don't think movement's gonna matter much. Oh, sorry. Gonna wind back and just give him a punch.
Roll the hit.
Yeah, roll the hit. Fuck. 6, 7, 8, 9. What's the proficiency on this attack?
You are proficient with your unarmed strikes.
So I'm adding 5. 11 to hit?
Does not hit. He very adeptly dodges to the side, almost expecting exactly where your fist was going to hit.
And then, okay. Then I will push him 5 feet back.
Okay, he's got to make a strength save.
Doesn't really matter.
He fails and is pushed back 5 feet.
I'm gonna move over here.
He seems very confused by the sensation.
Yeah, that's as I wanted him to be. Then I'm just gonna take a few feet back over here. Just kind of wanted to mess with his head.
Perfect.
And then I will cast Bane on him, on Meorith.
Roll another sleight of hand check.
Let's do that, and then let's do sleight of hand.
I feel like my rolls are terrible.
Oh, it was on the 19. I saw the 19.
It's above a 10. It's fairly good. No one interrupts your casting. So Meorith is going to attack again, rushing Telperion.
He can make a save against my Bane to not be.
That's right. That's right. He so can.
Charisma.
Oh, he dodges it. His head. He seems to shrug off some kind of effect wearing on his head, but otherwise is unaffected.
Maybe he thought it was my push.
Maybe they were very simultaneous. otherwise rushes Telperion and is instead going to try and grapple you with his action.
Come on.
So opposed strength checks.
Oh Christ, 3.
So he grapples you. Yep.
Is there any? He's at 13 because I'm at plus. Is it a strength
check? Yeah, not saving throw.
Oh yeah, 5.
Correct.
5, 6, 7, 8. No, yeah.
Yep. So he rushes at you. You think he's gonna punch again, and then he like reaches out his arm and grapples you and kind of brings you around almost headlock style. But with his tavern brawler feat, he now can use. He's still going to use his bonus action to try and bite you again with advantage because you're restrained, which is unique for a grapple typically. But
Tavern brawler.
The nat 20. Oh man.
And a 1.
Or I'm sorry, it's the grappler feat, not the tavern brawler feat, because he doesn't get additional to the things. Yeah, that is wild. A nat 1 and a nat 20 for, I guess that's just 1d4 plus 3 plus another 4. It does have perfect crits on it, which is fine. 9 damage to you. But as his teeth sink into your shoulder, you definitely. That should really hurt those fangs going in, but it hurts less than you expect.
It also hurts less. Also hurts less because he tries to bite into me, and there is a force of telekinetic pressure that prevents it from going in as deep as it should. I'm gonna roll my first psi die.
To
mitigate the damage.
So high.
3 damage less than it should have been.
So 6. So 3 and 3 to each of us.
Okay.
Yes.
How does it split on an odd? Does one of them take more?
I was gonna say who gets 5, who gets 4, but
I would say it's gonna round down every time.
So would we each take 4 damage?
4
on 9
Yes.
damage?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So but we each just took 3.
Correct.
So we're rounding down. Is that the campaign standard? Is the round down?
Yeah, I guess so. That's the precedent we're about to set, I guess.
That's how Critical Role does it, I've noticed.
Maybe that's just why it seems instinctive to me, but I don't know that I have a passionate favor of one versus the other. But
is that his turn?
Yes, that is his turn. His action and bonus action. You are grappled and restrained. As grappled, you have no. Yes, that is part of the tavern or the grappler feature. But as your speed is 0 and attacks you make against him while you're restrained are at disadvantage.
So can I try to break the grapple?
Yes, you absolutely can try that.
What is that? Just opposed again?
Yes, you can use athletics or acrobatics.
Well, I rolled a 10 plus 5 athletics.
He's strong and he's got his arms around you very with a good grip, but you shrug him off and are free.
Oof. All right. So that was my action, and then I want to punch this guy in the fucking face.
Do it.
I'm gonna action search and punch his face.
Okay, go for it.
God damn it. 6 again. My rolls are brutal. 6 plus 5, 11 to attack.
Does not hit. He dodges again.
And then I want to. How does pulling someone 5 feet towards me work if we're next to each other? Like he would hit me, right?
It just wouldn't work. Like it's really like you would pull him into your space and you'd bump up against each other and just like still not occupied.
Oh, I know what I'm gonna do. Space. I'm gonna go around him and then I'm gonna telekinetically push him away from me. So to here.
Okay.
Strength
kind of shift around him and then shove him, and he will make that save, and he fails. So he is once again pushed back, confused of what's happening to him.
So I moved. I pivoted. I think that was like 5 feet of movement. I mean, I have enough to get back to here.
Yeah.
I want to try to. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. How do we erase that?
You have to right click on the thing and then delete it. It's weird.
Oh, that's good. Okay, that's my turn, I guess.
Cool. He's going to rush you into 2 more attacks, a punch and a bite.
I want to have tried one more Bane.
Okay, you can do that.
Can Roulette and I? Ooh, nice. Can Roulette and I look and see if anybody's like casting magic for his side?
Yeah. Go ahead and make a perception check.
Roulette, look for somebody casting spells.
I see Toby.
Besides Toby.
Nope.
Nope.
This fight's too entertaining.
You look around, you don't even notice that Toby Ram is doing it. Everyone seems enraptured with the competition going on, and you don't notice anything nefarious. But he is going to rush up and do his attacks.
With a minus D4.
Yes, that is true. That one is absolutely going to miss. And then with his bite as a bonus action. And that one's also going to miss. Even with good rolls, he's not going to be able... Well, it's +2 from what these say, but it's going to be minus at least 1. So it still does not hit Telperion.
Love to see it.
He needs to roll a 15 or higher.
Yeah, he's hurting for AC right now. So, but it's your turn.
So how many movement does it use to move here?
1, 2, 3, 15 feet.
Okay. Really?
Yeah, 15, because you can't caddy corner through an enemy or around a corner of a building or something.
Punch to the face.
Do it.
18 plus 5.
Absolutely hits. Roll damage.
What am I rolling?
Your punch damage. Roll a 1d4. Or I'm sorry, it's 1. Or it's just 1. Yeah, I'm sorry, it's no rolling. I'm sorry. It's 1 plus your strength modifier.
I didn't know if the things did anything. Okay.
They do not. They just protect your knuckles.
So that's 4 damage?
4 damage, unless you want to do anything additional.
Does this count as a weapon hit?
Absolutely, it does.
I'm going to... so upon contact, I've been aiming for the face because I just hate this dude. So I punch his face, and when I do, there is I don't even know how to describe it. There is an extra clear burst of energy that comes from my fist, and some
of the dirt around the arena, even as if some kind of concussive sound wave happened during your punch. He takes definitely additional damage as some additional energy had just detonated in that area.
So for my psionic strike, I'm adding another d6 to this roll.
Beautiful.
5. So that's 9 damage.
Nice.
An additional it's plus it's that d6 plus your intelligence.
Yeah, 2 more.
So 11 damage with 1 punch. It knocks him to his knee, and he has to kind of right himself to get up. That just he looks dazed and holds his jaw a little bit, and that was a very heavy impact for him.
And while he's on the ground, I'm going to push him back with my telekinesis. Yep.
He fails. He as he's put down to his knee, he skirts back along the ground, grinding as you push him.
Actually, 12 is probably my meets it beats it, right?
No.
I thought you were. I thought. Bane.
Yeah.
Yes. So I did think you were at a 13 DC, but you're 12. But he has Bane, so he does fail.
So I can move 3 more squares.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. I just want to keep making him work for it. Yeah.
Yep.
That's my turn.
I also think I might have done something wrong earlier, but it's not that much of... Oh, okay. Nothing that necessarily ruined anything, but I did mess up a small rule. But anyway, he will charge you, very angry that you landed such a heavy blow and that he's not able to get you. So he's going to try and rush up against you, and he's actually going to slide past you, jumping up behind you, and he's going to try and grapple you again.
This little grapple guy. I have to contest this.
Is D4 just attacks and saves?
Correct.
It's not checks.
So not this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
13 plus my athletics is 18.
You shrug him off. He is a very dexterous and nimble. Although he's buff, he is very dexterous still. And gets around you competently, but as he tries to grab a hold of you, you shrug him off. And then he will try and bite you. His bonus action. And he's not getting through there.
My armor gleams in this.
After one bite earlier, he's having a real hard time landing a dent on your heavy plate armor and shield. And while baned.
I'm going to whomp him in the face.
Do so.
10 plus 5 is 15.
15 says AC. You hit.
Okay, so that's another 4 automatically. And let's just make the hit. Let's keep it going.
Do it.
I'm gonna do I'm gonna punch him and add a 6. So that's 10, 11, 12 damage.
With this punch, you just level this man. He just drops to the ground, his head hitting the pavement, but not cracking. But it's soft enough dirt that it's not gravel or some kind of concrete hard floor. But he just drops and his head he's dozy. Doozy? Words are hard. He's very dazed, and his eyes kind of just drift off, and his head goes limp, having been knocked out.
I'll drop Bane and I'll do Spare the Dying on him.
You feel it take hold on his form. Although with bludgeoning damage with a fist this way, it would have been a little more difficult to truly kill this man in this situation. So, but you feel a hold of your magic. Yes, unless you're Jiri. But you absolutely feel your magic take hold and stabilize his condition.
If he is not healed, he will come back to 1 hit point after 3 hours.
He will be kind of healed and kind of roused by someone that kind of escorts him off to the side. But Telperion, you have 1.
Bro.
And Toby Rama, you can add 44 gold. Telperion, you can add 110 gold. Roulette, you can add 12 gold. And Jiri can add 220 gold.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, how much do I get? I only get 12?
12. You bet 10. You get 22. You get your original 10 and then 12 additional.
Thank you.
Yeah. So 44, 110, 22, and 220.
I'm at 199. I do. So I'm gonna for a second put my hands together, and I'm gonna do another new thing, which probably is more internal. But I'm going to just kind of meditate for a moment and use my psionic power to, as a bonus action, regain one of my psionic die.
Awesome. You can absolutely do so.
And yeah. Then I go sit with
and you have won this bout. Congratulations. Varric will pay you immediately from the pay you all out your returns. All right. Anyone else want to get in there? That was a good one.
Oh, I take off the wraps and I give it back to Jiri.
What do you think, guys? Should I beat up that Dragonborn? He looks the toughest.
I trust you, Jiri.
I think you got it in you.
All right. Give me those wraps.
I give them back.
I'll wrap them up. And when I go over to the guy over here, can't remember his name.
Varric.
I'm gonna put on an air of being oh, this is my first time down in a bar like this. I'm new to the town prince type of attitude as I go up to him. I don't know how. I'm not sure how you would roleplay that, but
sure. Make a deception check, passing yourself off as someone else. Essentially, make a deception check with advantage.
Telperion, how about that ring?
Oh, that ring is amazing, and I give the ring to Jiri before he goes.
Put it on underneath, then I wrap up my hands over it.
I should have more myself.
Okay, you can absolutely do so. I do think this will require another casting of the spell, Toby Rama.
I wasn't going to say anything, but it's not going to work for Jiri.
Okay.
I've already used my 2 second level spell slots.
Oh, that's okay. So you are okay.
It's placebo.
Okay. Yeah, it's placebo. Okay, perfect. So he's got a ring.
Lucky ring. I'm gonna
save
win
his
now.
life. You do successfully sell yourself as an heir of. Varric kind of smiles and is like, "Oh, this is going to be an easy one." Yeah, you can go up against Denrin Jakora over there. He's just like you. He's never done this before. although he is a very burly sleeveless shirt, very bulky dragonborn that's like eagerly leaning forward and is desperate to get in the ring. But because of your selling, he will up the odds of this match to plus 220. Thinking that Jiri stands no chance against Denrin Jakora.
Okay.
I'm going to go bet some money.
I go to Jiri, I'm like, Jiri, you got this, right?
I mean, I have no idea what that dragonborn's capable of, but
He
probably.
has the ring.
I'm going to bet 100 on him.
100?
I'm going to do that too.
So you stand to make 220.
Don't take 100 out of my inventory.
Toby Rama's doing 100, stands to make 220. Yes, please remove 100 from your inventories. Jiri and Roulette, any bets?
25.
Take it or leave
25. Making it hard on me to do math here. It's times 2.2, essentially.
I'll
So
figure that
25
out
times
here.
2.2. You stand to make 55. Yep.
Yeah.
Jiri, any bets on yourself?
200.
Fuck me.
440.
Or 440 total is what he would get back.
Yeah. Holy shit.
So please remove 200 gold from your inventory.
Hell,
Holy
wouldn't
fuck.
he get 640 back?
No, it's plus 220. So if he bets 200, he will. Oh shit. Plus 120. You get your original plus that. Yeah, you're all getting more money than I thought.
Are we?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's 2.2 times the amount plus the amount.
Yeah.
So Telperion and Toby Rama stand to make 320. Roulette stands to make 80. And fucking Jiri. 200 times 2.2 plus the 200. Yes, you're right. 640. Holy
Either
crap.
ends up good or bad.
Yes.
Really
This
good
could-
or really bad.
Well, now it can only be good or the same because you've already given up the gold. So
Yep.
you're either going to stay there or go way high.
Yes, that is true. Okay, bets have been placed. And Jiri, you can step into the ring with Denrin Jakora.
Start like against the wall here. And I'm gonna be crouched down, like moving my head back and forth, ready to psych him out, making direct eye contact.
Denrin, this 6'4", very level height to you actually, burly, massive muscles, blue scaled dragonborn fellow, humanoid, but with a blue spined reptilian tail and the face of a blue dragon with a single ivory spike at the top of his head, just stares at you, arms crossed, looking intimidating.
Is he?
And as you guys,
He's looking intimidated.
intimidating. He's seemingly he's not put off by your stretching form and your billowing clothes.
Okay.
But
But
as you guys are ready to face off, yep.
Well, before we start the battle, I'm like, let me test out my new patented Jiri puffy armor. I'm holding my ripcord around my neck.
Okay. It absolutely cinches and your air inflates it in the section pockets and stuff. Are you casting anything or is that just the effect?
Nope,
You
I
are
am
casting.
casting. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Bane on
Bane,
Denrin.
okay. That is totally fine. He is going to clutch a ring that pulses for a moment, and that's it on his end. Roll initiative, please.
Right before the battle starts. Jiri, the tabbies come loose. Hold on one second. And I'll run up to him and I'll just like fake putz around with one of the pockets that we were going on. Okay, no, it's good. And I'll like look at Jiri in the eyes and I'll like head in close, clasp my hand around the back of his head. And be like, you got this. And I'm going to cast heroism on him. What Jiri does not see, but anyone else who's looking at the back of his neck, it's a very similar looking patch to the Cure Wounds patch, but it's smaller and it's I don't know, it's colored slightly different. It's less of like a new skin wash away thing. It's meant to like adhere for a little bit.
It's like a menthol patch, but for adrenaline or something.
Literally like a menthol patch. Yes. Yeah.
Love it. All right. Did I already roll initiative for him? No, I did not. 20.
So Jiri, like whenever like the battle starts, he's like, "Wait, does the ref say start or like how does this begin?"
Yes.
And as soon as you ask that, Denrin takes off like anime style, launches at you, and is as a bonus action shouts and grunts as he enters a rage. Then he is going to, with his ring enabled, he has heightened speed and AC, and is going to use 2 attacks from multi-attack to make 2 punches at you.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh.
Natural one, he just hits a pocket of air, and it just like bounces his hand off, and he's very confused. But then with the second attack, yikes. And with the Bane, the mist surrounding his like peripheral vision, he is not able to strike true. I didn't actually roll a charisma save for him.
Correct.
Bane.
My DC is 13.
But he fails.
Yes.
He fails. So Bane does take hold. But this man is enraged. Dragonborn fellow has just made 2 punches, both of which missed as he ran toward you. So that is his turn.
Jiri, at the top of your turn, you feel that something on the back of your head activate, and it just kind of like, it hits a very specific, I placed it in a very specific spot, and it like hits a part of your brain that just like stimulates it deactivates like your flight response. Like you are not scared, and you get 3 temporary hit points.
And that's every round, right? That's crazy.
That is crazy.
The mind of Jiri kind of fades into the background, and the mind of the Mad Wolf goes forward, and Jiri's eyes burn bright red, barbarian blood red.
Yes, let's take this one out.
The wolf bite curse will claim you next.
And I curse this fellow.
Your hand wraps are on, you said?
Yep.
Okay, but you feel a coalescing of black liquid metal bound to your knuckles really solidify.
And I take a left hook. Short left.
Boom. Roll to hit.
Oh.
He just dodges his head. He just like cricks his head, and you whip right past him.
First punch, I'm going to use my inspiration to roll again.
Okay.
Yes.
Same thing.
All of our inspirations whiffed today.
But he dodges that first one. Is there a second?
Nope.
No second.
I don't have a bonus action to use currently.
Oh, that is true. Okay, his turn.
Yes.
He is going to make another punch attack. Jeepers.
No one's hitting each other.
He missed.
Hit each other.
But then with his rage, he reaches back with a second one and then puts it down, takes a deep inhale, and you see a moat of blue energy start to crawl up his throat. And a splintering of lightning goes from like where he was aiming upward toward you as you have to make a dex save or take lightning damage.
Dex save.
And it says cold breath, but I built him wrong.
Oh,
no.
Get those low rolls out early.
So as you're preparing for the second fist attack, a blast of electricity hits your form, singes your gear, and does 10 lightning damage to you. Noticeably, as your skin starts to get charred by this lightning in this moment of impact, it smells very off-putting, like burning ozone.
All right. So
But that is his turn.
You had
As
3
that-
temp HP from roulette.
Well, hold on.
Oh, that's true.
As
So
the-
7. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Hold
Sorry.
on. As the lightning strikes my my puppy form, it kind of like arcs off of it, but like the air all escapes out. Does he get burnt by any of it?
Let me read this real quick. Boom, boom, boom. This is not a melee attack. So it does hit a pocket of steam that spews out a side direction, but it does not impact his form.
Okay. So noticeably, Jerry takes none of the damage.
Yes, that's true.
But he's like, good thing. Oh, wait. No. I can't do anything right now. Unless it's my turn yet.
Yeah, it's your turn. That's his turn.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that happens, and then I'm gonna just repuff myself, and I'm gonna step around him to the back.
Okay.
When did the heroism temp HP come?
So it tops. So he has like a bucket of 3 on top of his health right now.
Yeah.
And that just replenishes at the top of every turn.
So you just got 3 hit points, temp hit HP again.
Yeah.
He didn't take any damage
Okay.
apparently though. So
Gotcha.
yeah.
Yes. But still, it still refreshes technically every turn. But
DM,
yes.
how I'm going based off of what you just said out loud. How far?
Yeah.
I'm like 30 feet from.
You don't
Do I
catch
notice
any
the-
scent.
I don't.
No.
Okay.
In this moment of blast offward in the different direction, you just see a blast of lightning energy.
Okay.
And yep, I refill my puffy suit. That's it.
Okay.
And I walk around.
Using your action to do that.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I figured. Okay. Your puffy suit gets puffy again, and he turns around to face you. See if that recharges. It didn't communicate that to the thing. Oh, I got to push that button. Again, ignore the cold. That was not supposed to. It's supposed to do the recharge.
It's just a D6, I think, right?
I know. I just thought it would have rolled that for me when I
Oh.
clicked it, but let me just
Set
do
up
that.
3.
So he starts to inhale again, but his throat kind of flickers out, and he's not able to maintain that breath. So he gives you 2 punches.
Here you go.
Yes.
Yikes. Better, minus a D4, but it still probably might not hit Jiri. -3. Yeah, 14's not going to hit Jiri. So again,
Jerry!
2 punches, even if they're slightly on target, they're just bouncing off pockets of air and not making any impact.
So Jerry says, so the trick is you tire him out first and then you punch back.
Perfect.
And he's gonna
Your
take
turn.
2 attacks.
Please do so.
Make me my money!
I hit him with an uppercut to shut
Perfect.
his like jaw closed so he can't breathe again.
How much damage?
Hold on.
Nat 20.
Did I roll it?
Yes. So
Plus
4
another
plus
D4.
another 4. Yeah.
Or is it a straight? Is it a D4?
No,
or
dude,
a
yeah.
straight?
Roll another 4. Roll another D4.
Plus an extra 2 for the mist that
Yes.
hits him.
So what is that total? We're working with
8.
8, 10.
10.
10 points as your fist makes very solid contact with his jaw as during your uppercut. And there's a momentary burst of steam, dark steam that carries little particulate color.
All right, but I miss him with.
Yeah, you hit him so strong the first time, he staggers back a minute as your left haymaker comes through and misses his form.
And I dodge this way.
Also, noticeably, he takes less damage than you expect in his enraged state.
Mhm.
Without even moving, he is going to take another attack at you. First with a punch.
Punch.
A nat 20 to match. Which this doesn't have the rage built into it, but it is. I should roll a d4. Not use an automatic 4, which is just a 1. So 6 plus 2 is 8. 8 damage. But as soon as he hits, I think he blasts a pocket of steam that erupts in his face.
Oh, yeah, he does.
And he takes 10 fire damage.
Yes. Which he does not seem to resist. It definitely has a significant effect on his status. And then with his second attack, he will see if this recharges. It does not, so he will come in with another punch, which misses. And that is his turn. He's just standing still, but facing you.
All right, I'm going to sock him. I'm going to move first this time and then sock him twice.
Go for it. Not
17.
quite. You are right on track, and he like moves his face just enough to dodge it, but the second connects.
For 6 plus an additional 2, so 8 damage total. 6 bludgeoning, 2 necrotic.
So 5 total. He takes.
Yep. Got it. That your turn?
Yep.
That
Alrighty.
is the 4th round done. I'm keeping track for my Bane and for heroism.
Perfect. He is very frustrated. His punches are not landing. He's going to see if this recharges, which it does not. So he will once again. He's going to step toward you a little bit and right himself a little bit and make 2 more attacks. 15 minus stuff is not going to hit you.
Oh.
Oh no!
But another nat 20 will. So let's roll another d4. 4. So
4
he's doing 4 plus 4 plus his 2 rage damage is another 10 damage to Jiri, which I think you still have 2 temps left in addition to your other temps that are really, it's just a total of 3. So yeah.
So he gets blasted again for the rest of my puffy armor for another 10 fire damage.
Yes, he does, which he does not resist. And now he definitely took a step back from that one and is breathing heavily.
All right. Let me fix my health.
Which even against his blue scaled skin, you can see marks of like slight red or discoloration where steam has burnt his form.
So are you at the point now where the heroism will start adding 3 every turn?
Yes. All right. 1 punch.
Dodges.
Damn.
Miss and miss.
He blocks that one away with his hand and then just comes right at you for a gut punch to your stomach. But it misses.
Yeah, we're both like whiffing each other a lot, yeah.
Yes.
No!
It's more like you guys are really experienced and know how to counter each other.
That's true.
But with a grin, he takes a deep inhale, and once again, you see plasmic energy radiate through his throat and then strike toward your form. Please make a dex save. You do make it, so you take half as much damage, which is 6 lightning damage.
Okay.
And that is his turn. How are you looking? He's looking pretty hurt.
I'm looking decently hurt as well.
Heroism HP cards comes now. I don't know if you need the reminders. I'm just so scared you'll lose it or miss
It's
it.
pretty much just once a turn -3 of the damage.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I am going to just keep punching him.
Do it.
Now, try one more.
What? The same thing?
Same exact thing. Once again, he almost in the same exact pattern of jabs. He dodges one and catches your other. and just like looks menacingly at you.
I'm so scared.
And is gonna see if this recharges.
I'm gonna use
It does not.
I'm gonna use
So he does 2 punches.
thaumaturgy
Yeah.
to kind of amplify the sound of the crowds. Just make it a little more epic.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Minus D4. Does he should be saving on that every turn, probably, right?
No, not Bane. It's just.
Oh, it's just a one time. Okay. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
18 does hit. I'm going to roll the other. Well, okay, let's just do damage. So 6 bludgeoning, but reduced by 3 from your initial 10 hit points. But then a second punch. For less, he does not hit with this one.
All right, Jerry's hanging in there. He's just got to keep punching. He's going to move a little bit, get back to the basics. He's going to swing over there.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yes.
19 hits. Roll damage.
Plus an extra 2, so 7 damage.
Perfect. Got it. You clock him across the jaw. He is not like that one or this one.
Well, I have a
Roll
question.
again.
I have a question just about our rounding, because that's 5 plus 2. So is the 5 rounded to 2?
Correct.
No, yes, it's rounded to 2, and then the other 2. Yep.
And then 6 this time.
Which is 4.
Yes. He's really gritting through his teeth and is really struggling to stay as confident as he was at the beginning, but
Oh, God.
he's going to come at you with all his might on this one. And does recharge his breath.
God.
So
Wow.
with another punch,
Nice.
he misses, and then almost recklessly he starts to rear his head up and crackles of lightning, and then just spits out a row of lightning right at you.
Don't hit the crowd.
Dex save, which fails,
No.
which you take only 7 lightning damage,
And
Minus
that's top
3.
of the round. Yes. Okay.
which is only 4. Yeah.
Critter, third time that's going off.
What?
Do I am I how?
Oh, sure. Yeah, with this having gone off 3 times and is no longer an instantaneous effect, it's now happened multiple times in over the course of half a minute or so. Yeah, there's a lingering scent of like brimstone or burning ozone that this lightning crackle is kind of giving the general scent of, with you being so close to it. Maybe patrons toward the back of the bar don't even smell this, but you're close enough to the effect that you're getting hints of this scent.
Okay. That's it.
All
And
right.
it's definitely familiar. Like lightning gives a very standard smell sometimes.
No.
16.
Does not hit.
All right, I'm going to use my last one, my third inspiration.
What?
We've had 3.
Oh, we have gotten 3 total.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$18.
That's the one.
18
Oh God,
hits.
I thought his AC was 19.
Holy there it just rolled
Extra
twice and
2.
it freaked me out. Yes, for an extra couple of damage.
So 8 damage.
Yes, he is still on his feet because that was reduced from his raging form.
Oh.
Oh,
No.
Oh my God. This is so
So he's gonna look you up and down. He's panting heavily and he's not sure how much you've got left, and you can tell he doesn't have a whole lot left, and this round could be a deciding factor. Yes, Toby Rama.
Does rage wear off if you didn't hit or take damage in one whole
Attack
It's attack.
or
Yeah.
take damage.
So
you can
he has-
you can whiff.
round? Okay.
You can whiff every turn and still keep up your
I was
rage.
just curious.
But he will put everything he's got into this probably final turn. He does not recover his breath, so he takes 2 punches. A natural 1.
Come on.
Don't look
Minus
He
very-
misses. Minus D4.
15?
15 doesn't hit, does it?
Yeah, no, that misses.
Yes.
So he's just like, he puts so
Michael
much
Kennedy
effort
is
into the
the
first
hero.
one, and he's just
Oh,
like,
heroism saved a ton.
Both of you.
Yeah.
Michael Kennedy, how many rounds have gone by? Do you know?
This is the 9th round.
Okay.
So we have one more round of our buffs. And
Oh no.
he puts so much momentum into his first punch that it almost spins him around, and he tries to, with a backhand, to slam out in your direction with his backhand, but neither hit. And then he just like puts a hand on his knee and looks up at you, waiting for whatever you're about to do.
I'm gonna punch. That's all I can do.
20 hits. I'm just gonna say out loud, he has 6 HP.
which does 5
Plus
here
2.
because 3 and 2.
He hangs in there.
My God. Oh, I can't. handle this.
Second punch. 1 HP.
Clock him! Let's go!
Oh my God.
Oh man.
This is the closest I've ever gotten to betting on sports.
Outside of character knowledge, what HP was Jiri at?
He was at
Single digits?
9.
Woo. Which you had like
How do you want to do this?
Yes.
Final punch is just gonna be like a uppercut right on the money. Like I duck under his left hook to my right uppercut.
Very quick and agile. You duck, land an uppercut, and it just knocks his jaw upwards, and he like almost lifts an inch up off the air or off the ground as he falls backward. No longer conscious form on the body.
Heroism saved him 21 hit points worth of damage.
Like you almost didn't do it too.
Oh no, I
And
didn't.
Oh my God.
the mist comes off of his body and repairs some of my like bleeding face.
Ooh.
Yep.
I think he just jumped up on the table.
And you have successfully defeated Denrin Jakora, a rather proficient brawler.
I'm so sore.
And so I did not expect this much money to be getting to you guys, honestly. Telperion and Tobirama can add 320 gold.
God.
Roulette can add 80. And Jiri can add 640 gold. That is insane.
Oh my word.
And just to end the fight, or just to end the session here, you also see the form of Damian Hart leaning up against the entrance to this place, just arms crossed, leaning up against the stone, just grinning slightly. But
I feel like we all get drunk and we go start slamming on Lavor's door. Open up! We want to buy stuff.
so I'd like to end our session there. So it's probably really late at night. So when we pick up, you guys can do what you want to do, but certainly we can get a long rest in. You guys know the library opens back up on Lordos tomorrow, Saturday. And then whatever other stings and stakeouts you want to do. But that will all be next session.
Dude, as we walked into this fight
That is
pit,
so much money you guys just made.
as we walked in, I just was hating myself because I didn't have healing word prepared. And I was like, that would have been my go-to. Like, here's how I help my buddies out. But
I was
That
hoping
was
you were
almost
gonna
too
hit me
obvious.
at some
That
point. I
could've-
was like,
yeah.
heal me.
I was like, I can't go in there and touch him. So sorry.
No, you can't enter the ring. Also, healing word, although still valuable turn by turn by turn, you obviously couldn't have rezzed him from unconsciousness because that would have been still a knockout. But yes, that could have been useful. But the heroism and otherwise was, he also has, I don't need to say it, but he has a ring that was imbuing him with speed and elevated agility. So like he was definitely boosted, as well as his draconic lineage benefiting him too. Like he was the hardest fighter in my list.
I did not want to fight the barbarian. Like I just knew I did not want to deal with rage damage or resistance.
Now I get a lot of high fives, right?
Yes, definitely a lot of high fives.
Well, now that you say that, I go help Jiri like in the ring, and then I help like carry out the Dragonborn. And I pull the ring off the Dragonborn's finger.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, I was kind of kidding, but
There,
Do it.
There's probably a dedicated person in the room that's tending to like Miorith's wounds and stuff, and it was probably the dedicated person that was going to walk in and help get the Dragonborn Denrin out. So he's going to be next to you, but you can roll a sleight of hand check with disadvantage.
Okay. I have a question. Because I was kind of kidding, and I don't want to shy away from it, but could I use telekinetic movement to pull it, like gently slide it off the finger while I'm like helping rearrange, like carry him off? Because he's a heavy dude, so I'm like, oh, I'm buff, I'll help you carry him off.
Yeah, sure. In terms of the telekinetic assistance,
it's not my mage hand.
I know it. I will say it's like, even if it's your action to be doing the sleight of hand check, the bonus action is maybe helping you. I may adjust the DC by 1 point, but it's not going to neutralize your disadvantage.
Yeah, but just it's not the bonus action one.
Oh, so it's okay. So it's just more thematically aiding your attempt.
It's my telekinetic movement that came with level 3.
You're right, but you can't. I can't.
Sure.
I don't think you can affect things worn by other creatures with that ability.
No, just tiny objects that are like.
Sure. Yeah.
I don't want to really die.
Yeah, sleight of hand disadvantage. There's a potential for success here, but
6.
The guy helping you sees you reach for his grab, and he just like knocks your hand away. He smiles. He's good natured about it, but he just brushes your hand away. Like, dude.
The other one was a 16. That hurts.
Do you have a 10 dex, or I forget your dex score?
My sleight of hand was like +1. I rolled a 5 +1.
Well, I was just curious, like, what that 16 would have been. Was it a true 16?
It would have been 17.
Okay, I was wondering what modifiers, because it was a fairly high DC, but
yeah, my dex is 12,
but doable. Gotcha. But yeah, he brushes your hand away. He's like, dude, respect the bout. But otherwise,
yeah, respect it, and I throw my diamond. Shut up! I'm kidding.
Don't manifest it.
But you are all able to like take a breath here. If you want to do a short rest or something, we can. But let's do that next session. We'll pick up pretty much right after the ring fight.